This content is not suitable for children. Viewer discretion is advised.
That's us.
Guess I probably want to disable performance mode so I can actually monitor stuff. But
yeah, no, this is another exciting episode of Pokemon D&D Wundoro Adventure.
Wundoro Adventure.
All right, we're about a week late, but that's okay. We always come back around to play more.
Yep.
It happens
we are
eventually.
a week late, but we also couldn't go back to the regular schedule.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anything you guys got going on?
No.
Probably finishing up The Last of Us Part 2 tomorrow. That's about it.
You're that close, eh?
Yeah.
You're sure of it?
Fairly sure. From what Mackenzie has told me. Because she's kind of my barometer. You've got like 2 hours left. Don't worry about it. You can have another full stream.
Fair enough, fair enough. That'll be fun.
Attempting to enjoy the last of my before I go back to work.
Fair.
It's coming to a close.
It's hard to enjoy it when your anxiety is like whoosh.
Yep. It's hard to enjoy work when your anxiety is like...
Yep.
IT stuff is fun.
It hates when you're... It's rough when you're just the most competent guy and you get stuck with all those sort of roles.
It's not even because I'm the most competent. There's other people who can probably do it more competently, but that's because they've done it for forever too, so...
You just somehow got assigned it.
Yep. Because they're moving on to other things and they need somebody to do
Bigger and
IT.
better.
And it's bloody hot here.
It's fucking like 34 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Fuck.
We're breaking
everything.
records.
It
It's
is
pretty brutal.
hotter outside than in our house, and that is rare.
Yeah, and it got to like 130 degrees Fahrenheit in Death Valley, California.
Yeah, 53 or something like that.
Yep.
Which broke records as well.
Yep.
So that's a thing.
So
It's fun.
global warming is real.
Yep.
Kinda. We kind of forgot about it. There's other global pandemics and stuff going on, but
There's lots of global things apparently.
yeah, it's kind of like these problems just don't stop when we're not thinking about them.
Part of me wants to make an Alex Jones joke about
Meth
globalists.
alligators.
The globalist Illuminati elite.
So this episode is brought to you by all the thank yous. So thank you to Joe the DM on Twitter for the Pokemon 5e homebrew that we are playing today.
Heck yes.
You can find out more about that at www.pokemon5e.com. Thank you to Kevin McLeod of Incompetech.com for the music you're hearing right now and stuff you'll hear throughout the stream. Thank you to Mikkel_Beats again on Twitter for the Pokey and Chill soundtrack that we're using with permission. Much appreciated. It's great stuff.
Hell yeah.
Thank you to The Lighter Arts. Additionally, on Twitter, Alyssa is wonderful. And if you like some of the art stuffs that you see here, the character tokens specifically, go check her out. She's good people and deserves your attention.
This content is not suitable for children. Viewer discretion is advised.
This screen. I forgot to change the transition type.
This content.
I was like, wait a minute. How do I get this to stop? Oh, wait. I have to take the long way.
It's a deliberate choice. Okay, anybody else? That's it?
No,
That's all.
it's fine.
That's all. Matthew, would you mind telling us what happened last time on Pokemon D&D?
We got confronted by police officers outside of the church. Went back. Yep. Went back to the police station. Station number 7.
6.
5.
Get there eventually.
Just work your way
Station-
backwards.
Yeah. Station number 5 got Molly out. I was gonna say Misty. I'm like, that is completely incorrect. That's actual Pokemon.
That's Pokemon canon.
Yeah. Although this is now our Pokemon canon.
Yeah.
But anyways, got Molly out, went to the beach, hung out there for a little bit, got a boat, went fishing. Fishing went worse than expected.
You and me going fishing in the dark.
And we very quickly realized that it is not worth it. It would cost too much money to do things, to do the thing to get the fish. Then the fish would end up being worth profit-wise anyways. And that was pretty much where we ended.
Yeah, we were starting to head back to the shore.
Yeah.
That's right. So, that leads us into...
Oh, yeah, and we went and had a picnic at the church in the graveyard.
Yes. And
in the
tried
cemetery.
to
We were
find
those goths.
Jackson's
Those gods.
wife's grave because the letter that Jackson found is in his handwriting.
Seemingly.
Or appears to be.
According to a very good investigation or
natural
insight.
20 roll? Yeah.
Yeah.
So many things. Mysteries abound. Yeah, that does bring us back to right now. So it is about midday. It is a cloudy day with a very slight breeze, making it very comfortable. You are aboard a paddle boat, pedal boat, along with Molly, a number of your Pokemon out. And you just finished up what was a fairly difficult battle with a wild Basculin. You get the impression
It's a bit of a dick.
that, yeah, these Pokemon could probably cause some damage to an ecosystem where they are not native to. You were commended by a fellow fisherman. You shared some words. Molly smiled and smoked the while, and you guys started heading your way back to shore
Yeah.
for whatever your next plan may be.
Which I don't think we discussed at all, which is par for the
Kinda
course.
did.
Maybe sort of. I think we discussed that we weren't going to be fishing anymore, at least.
If we're not fishing anymore, I think we should just head back to the Pokemon Center, get healed up, and see what we'd be facing at the gym. Because I think that's kind of our last order of business, right?
Sure. I wouldn't mind that.
See if we can scout it out and head to the gym tomorrow. Maybe
Sure.
we can find some Pokemon trainers to...
Fight outside of it or
Spar
inside
with?
of it just to
Yeah.
see if they know what the gym is all about.
We did kind of promise Axel a special treat, though, so we should probably watch for that on the way back.
Go
Molly
back to
takes
that
a
sandwich
puff and
shop.
she says, You sure we got the boat for the rest of the day? I mean, it's your call, but
I mean, we could hang out on the boat for a little while. Don't necessarily have to fish.
Only have a couple Pokeballs and tend to be pretty broke, and that took a bit. My Pokemon are hurting pretty bad. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
same.
I'll throw my guys into the ring a bit if Jackson wants to try and catch one, but
I don't think I'd try to catch one, but I'm okay with us just maybe hanging out on the beach, or not the beach, the boat for a little while. If we have it for the day, we don't have to fish. We can just paddle and chat and hang out for a bit. If all we would be doing is going back to the Pokemon Center anyways.
and then to the gym maybe to scout things out. Yeah, we still have some time.
Yeah. You said it's about midday?
it is. Yeah, it's just a little afternoon. I think we said 1 o'clock-ish last time we left off. Yeah, Molly sort of kicks her feet up and looks around as you just float there. And she says, okay, yeah, sure. You know what, I'll try my hand. And she pulls out one of the fishing rods and she reels it back in, it having sat there untested for a while, and she gives it a cast off into the water. It splooshes maybe 10 feet out and it sinks, and she relaxes herself, just sort of lounging about, enjoying the cool breeze.
I am just genuinely curious.
Curious about what?
Well, it said the Basculin kind of took over, destroying a lot of the ecosystem. Makes me wonder how much is actually still in the lake. That's not Basculin.
Molly shrugs. She says, oh man, like, this is, I mean, how long has this been going on? Hopefully not too long.
From the
Like, fuck,
sounds
man.
of the gentleman we spoke to before, it's been at least a few weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently it didn't take them very long to go through most of the ecosystem here.
By the sounds of it, they're pretty invasive, and if that's true, it's hard to say what would remain.
I mean, like, where would they come from?
Apparently there's other Pokemon in other parts of the world. Like, she has Pokemon where she comes from that I've never heard of. Though, to be fair, I haven't heard of most of the Pokemon I've come across anyways. And by most, I mean literally all of them.
It legitimately could be, I don't know, maybe there's something flowing in from somewhere, either surface level water or underwater. Maybe the Bastion got in through there, or someone could have dumped it here.
You mean like underwater caverns or something, like cisterns, or what do they call them? Aquifers?
Maybe?
Maybe.
Aren't the aquifers? I was about to say aren't the aquifers what they had in Rome, but I have no idea if Rome is a thing in this universe. I need to stop making real world comparisons.
In Poke Rome?
I was going to talk about
One in Poke
Australia
Rome, make
and
like the
all
Poke
of
Romans.
Australia and all the species that became invasive there because trying.
Yep.
I don't want to assume it was something malicious, but it could happen any way.
No, like I heard that there's like old lava tubes and stuff underneath Make-A-Wish Lake, you know, outside the big volcano lake right there, man. Like, fuck.
Can we reach the volcano? From like, can we like?
She like
paddle
reaches
right up?
out.
Well, no, not like that, but like, I'm asking like in game, can we actually like
Physically go to the volcano?
go towards the volcano?
You
Is
can
that
physically go
feasible?
towards the volcano, yeah.
Is it like a tourist hotspot?
It would take you, so you're on a paddle boat. You imagine it would probably take you like a couple days to paddle all the way across Make-A-Wish.
Oh shit.
So
okay.
Jesus, is that
yeah,
big?
Make-A-Wish is Wundoro's largest lake, as can be seen by any map. And yeah,
By this map.
Yeah.
By this spot right here.
To travel there on like a speedboat or something, you'd make it there pretty quickly. It comes to a pretty rocky ledge. You probably would have seen tourist pamphlets and stuff around. And yeah, absolutely. All manner of tour boats and whatnot head over that way to pick up lava rock and that sort of thing off the side.
Maybe a trip for another day.
Yeah, when we're not on such a time crunch.
Yeah.
But it is interesting. For sure.
It'd be kind of fun to go to the volcano at some point when we're not pressed for time. There's lots of things I want to see now.
It's a really curious place.
I hear there's a Pokemon gym up there.
On top of the volcano?
Yeah, like, well, in the inside, you know, called Dara Town.
There's a town inside of a volcano.
Is this volcano
Yeah.
active? It seems like a really bad idea.
Well, I don't know.
Why would someone put... okay.
Well, it's ancestral. It's indigenous territory. The people who live up there, who founded it, have lived there. We've learned all about this back in school, you know?
It just seems like a
Growing
really
up.
dangerous place to have a city.
I would imagine.
But I would also imagine they probably have something in place, though, for it.
Yeah,
Whole fucking bunch of badass Pokemon.
maybe.
A
Like
bunch
cool
of
fire types
really
and
hardened
stuff.
stone walls and that kind of stuff, too.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
One day I'll visit there.
Maybe we'll see you there when we do.
Fucking A, yeah.
It would be nice.
Yeah. Fight the gym together.
We're trying to get enough gym badges to go on the
It's cruise that's happening.
cruise thing.
Yeah, you were talking about it before.
Yeah.
Where's that happening?
A ways away, which is why we're on a bit of a time crunch. We'll see if we make it there or not.
Where exactly?
He says, looking at the thing, come and join us for the sun and luxury of cruise liner San Amoy, setting sail from the beautiful Compass Isles. Compass Isles. Oh, for the beautiful Compass Isles. It's setting out from the port of New Surf City.
She rolls her eyes and she's like, ugh, I want to talk about tourist trap. Fuck.
You've been there?
Yeah, with like my parents a couple times when we were younger.
Is it kind of nice, though?
I mean, it's beautiful if you're middle-aged and like hitting on pool boys.
I am neither of these things.
She laughs. Yeah, it's I mean, it's where everybody goes to vacation, you know, nicest beaches, warm and sunny, day treks through the jungle, like, yeah.
Part of me wants to make a Fort Lauderdale joke. Sounds like the perfect place to go and retire.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's nice. The food's good.
If it's a tourist trap, probably a little overpriced, but...
Probably.
Yeah, I haven't been back down there since I was pretty young, but... I mean, worth going, I guess. Especially if you're not from Wundoro.
And I guess we're planning to go on a cruise anyways, so... We're falling directly into the tourist trap, I suppose.
Quite literally walking into it.
But you said it's a battle boat?
It sounds like it. You need to have at least 2 gym badges. So we were planning on getting this one, and then going back to Brambletown and grabbing that one. On our way to Newport. Which totally sounds like a fucking map in F-Zero.
You can see her picturing it all the while she's bobbing her line in and out. As long as you sit here, another half an hour, 45 minutes, she doesn't seem to get a bite. Nothing.
It's a shame.
She kicks off one of her shoes and just dangles her foot into the water.
Ooh, I haven't done that in a long time. I'm gonna do the same.
Yeah, kick off your socks, old man.
Hip!
Oh, maybe keep your socks on.
Contemplating getting it.
Maybe but dipping them in the lake and washing them should help them smell nicer. I shower.
She pulls out a Pokeball and releases what would be her small Seedot, who sits on her lap. And she kind of rubs the top of its head, polishing it a little bit. And it just smiles happily.
How clear is the water?
It's not the clearest lake water that you've ever seen. You note that there's a lot of silt that is a darkish, blackish sort of color.
Yeah, it's close to a volcano that'll have that kind of runoff probably.
Yeah. That being said, the water is decently warm. And swimming in it, or you get sticking your hand in or sticking your foot in, it's not like it comes up covered in silt. You imagine that you could swim around in it easily enough, peacefully enough. You don't have to worry about it like going in your eyes and shit.
Contemplating it. Just curious if I'd see any basculin. Other things.
Molly shrugs. What do you think there is under there?
Don't know.
Definitely basculin. Hopefully other things.
Start taking off my blue jeans to my shorts under.
Okay.
And jump in.
You jump in.
But like still holding on to the boat.
Okay. So you kind of spill over the edge.
Yeah.
And you just kick there. The water laps gently against the side of the paddle boat.
And stick my head in the water, see what I can see.
Molly
If anything
leans
at all.
over and looks at you. You go, girl! Give me a perception check.
Yeah.
That's not good.
First roll of the night.
Shit, it's in 9.
9. Given the just general amount of debris floating around in the water, it's hard to see. You can barely see the edge of your toes. You see to the other side of the boat. You can see light streaming in through the water. But looking downwards, it just gets darker and darker and darker. And you're far enough out that you don't see the bottom at all.
I didn't expect to.
Likewise, it is peaceful. There is seemingly nothing below the surface.
Until.
Dum-dum.
Gyarados comes and eats me.
Dum-dum.
Oh god.
The water is a dangerous place.
And both of my electric types are fainted, so you wouldn't get that 4 times effective attack to help you out. Even though I don't think that's a thing in this version.
Double vulnerable?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think we talked about this before. There's no such thing as like the 4 times damage,
No.
just twice.
Where's
It's like
the-
resistances.
Where's the closest fishing boat?
So you guys you started working your way back to the shore a little bit. You were already apart from a number of the fishing boats, them seemingly more east of where you are. They're probably 70, 80 feet away from you.
They're a ways away.
The closest one, that is.
I'll climb back in the boat. I couldn't see anything. I half expected that, but worth a shot.
Molly shrugs. She gets a handful of water and sprinkles it over the top of her sea dot, who shakes off.
I am interested, though, on if they got in somewhere else. But that would take some serious swimming around.
Yeah. And if they're not native to here,
Yeah. Suggests that it came from somewhere else entirely, but
yes. Potentially with ill intent.
that's
What do you
the
mean?
impression I'm getting.
Well, just somebody introducing an invasive species. Accidentally or
on purpose.
purposefully. Just to mess with local populations.
You mean like people flushing totodiles down toilets?
People do that?
I don't think so. But
it-
it's a rumor. Like, it's one of those stories they tell about in Verdant City.
Oh.
Is totodile, is that a slang term for poop or?
No. No. Fuck, man. No, they're like a little blue sort of scaly dude.
Oh, it's a Pokemon?
Yeah,
Oh,
real toothy.
then yeah, I guess like that.
You know, the joke is that, you know, these little guys go down the drain and then they grow up in the sewers and they get real big, and then they're not just like little toothy dudes, they're big toothy dudes.
That sounds terrifying, and I hope that it's just a joke and not actually true.
I mean, who would flush a Pokemon down a toilet? That seems cruel.
I mean, you're the ones who caught a real life blood sucking, you know, proud of the city type. You tell me.
But I mean, we're not sicking it on people or being mean to it. Yet. Why did I say yet?
Yeah,
We
what
don't
did you
have
say
any-
yet?
We
Why'd
don't
you
have
say
any
yet?
nefarious intent. What am I talking about?
Don't know. Whenever we would relocate animals back in Bravo, Pokemon, we always had to consider where. You don't want it disturbing the local wildlife or risking it being too close to a city if it was already causing issues there. You also don't want it upsetting the balance. Like, this seems like a pretty big mistake if it was accidental. You have to assume how quickly they may or may not breed. They've only been here a couple weeks. It seems crazy that they've taken over this much.
Maybe
It
they have a
wasn't intentional.
fairly quick gestation period. Well, not gestation, they're fish. They don't get pregnant, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So either ancient underwater
Ooh.
cavern.
What if there was like an ancient underwater cavern that we didn't know about, and it cracked on the surface of the bottom of the lake, and they all swam up?
I'm pretty sure I saw a movie like that once.
I think I did too, actually.
Like, you sure you still want to be in the water?
I'm already out of the water.
Or some fuck is releasing them into the lake.
Whether intentional or not, yeah.
Some fuck is releasing them into... She laughs. She
I
grabs
mean-
another handful of water and spritzes it over top of the sea dot.
You're kind of from around here.
A little
Know
south.
anybody that would maybe do that? Like, just in general.
No, I mean, that sounds like a pretty shitty thing.
Yeah, there's shitty people everywhere.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, yeah, you read in the paper about, a poacher gets caught up somewhere north of Cedar Ridge or whatever, right? Bagging Pokemon that he hasn't caught or stuff like that. So, yeah, people do shitty things all the time.
But nobody particularly shitty.
No,
No.
like, individual who's well known for being shitty.
Yeah.
You mean like an organized group that perpetuates poor practices?
Or just
and-
an individual.
No, not off top. Well, okay, there was that one famous footballer who he was in some hot water with the media. He was running like underground pokey battling fights for a while, like real blood sport type stuff.
Are we making a fucking Michael Vick comparison in Pokemon D&D?
Of course he is.
Fourth wall.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like something he would do, though.
No.
Who?
I don't know, whatever the guy you're talking about.
What?
Are you okay? Okay.
Yeah?
Well, going across the lake's taking too long and we can't find any Pokemon. How long we want to stay out here?
She looks at her rod. It's been maybe like an hour. Shakes it a little bit and says, I'm not catching shit. Fishing sucks.
It has been fun getting to spend time with you two like this, though.
I agree.
Just relaxing and no pressure or anything, no drama, no having to worry about going to find a blood-sucking animal or like trying to relocate
too.
another
I am
animal. or-
really sore about that.
Don't
again.
be. It's not
like,
your fault at all. And I had the feeling that we would have helped out regardless of whether or not you got arrested for it if we found out people were getting hurt by a Pokemon
No,
and we
honestly,
could
I
stop
would
it.
totally swim around just to see what I could see. But there's a part of me that, like, I don't want one of these guys sneaking up on my ass when I'm swimming by myself.
You two are like real altruistic types, aren't you?
I mean, some could argue that altruism isn't a thing because ultimately everybody gets something out of every kind act that they do, whether or not it's just that fuzzy feeling that they get inside from having done said good thing.
Dude, it's deep.
It's one of those, is there truly a selfless act? If you being selfless is making you feel better and you get something out of it from doing that, even if the intention wasn't to do...
Fuck,
Got a
man.
fair point.
Fair point.
I mean, in all honesty, I probably would have wanted to try and figure out what was causing the problem to begin with.
Yeah, same.
Even if you hadn't been in there.
So you just get off on being good then?
I mean, no. But dangerous Pokemon like that are legitimately a problem.
Yeah, I mean, we
when in a major city.
yeah, it's not to say you don't feel good doing good things, but...
She smiled.
That was like my whole get up back home is doing shit like that. I mean, like like what we did with the Exploud, like relocating it. Like that's what my family did. And getting this Pokemon and relocating it or whatever. That's what we did. It's just now they're my Pokemon or Jackson's Pokemon or maybe.
Fun.
It's just dangerous.
It's good. No, I'm just, just busting my balls. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
And
is
we're
fun.
Pokemon trainers, right?
Yeah.
What we do is catch big Pokemon or little Pokemon and
Yeah.
bond with them and do stuff. If we can take something dangerous out of a situation, why wouldn't we?
Or sometimes you catch a little Pokemon and they become a big Pokemon. Like frickin' Billy.
Or sometimes you catch a little Pokemon and they're a big problem.
Like Machu.
She laughs.
And Angus.
She sort of coddles her little Seedot that she has in her lap, and she says, "You hear that? One day you're gonna be a big problem." She pats it on the head a couple times.
Sometimes you catch really big Pokemon.
Who are already a really big problem.
Or at least were.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, what are you gonna do with it?
It honestly responded relatively well. Better than I expected, given the last time we caught something so aggressive. The last thing either of us caught that was that hostile was, I kind of glance over at him a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Maui's out too right now.
Yeah, she's just sitting on the back of the boat, totally ignoring your entire conversation. Her feet
And
dangling in the water. She's just looking around.
Took a long time for her to be okay. The Golbat seemed to be relatively responsive by comparison.
Yeah.
I might, depending on what the next couple gyms are, give it a shot. Let it know that I'm not totally bothered by the fact that it nearly killed me. Some beautiful friendships start off of that. Sassy's a good friend now.
Some beautiful friendships definitely do start from the first interaction you have with your Pokemon being them munching on you.
Sassy, like, jumped on my face.
And I'll kind of look over and just give Maui a little boop. Just a little playful.
She looks back at you and acknowledges that you just booped her, and she looks back at you. And then just looks away.
I think that, like,
Continues
no
looking
matter
around.
how your relationship starts with your Pokemon, they're gonna be different. You're gonna have Pokemon that you have to work for it, like Jackson did. And you might have Pokemon that starts out with some tension. And you'll have other ones where it was just easy.
Billy.
I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time with, like, my cricket top, but it literally just let me catch it because it climbed into my lap as I fed it a ration. It's pure and it's sweet and it's innocent. Doesn't mean that the one I have with Golbat can be any less valuable in the end, I guess.
Like, people.
Exactly. Got their own personalities.
She nods. Yeah.
And you gotta deal with it all differently. I think Maui's done very well being out of a Pokeball and just wandering around and getting to know that people aren't going to hurt her, because I think that was her biggest concern.
Oh yeah, she's cool. Like, I wouldn't want to be on the wrong end of her, but like.
No, you wouldn't.
I was on the wrong end of her the first time we met. It
was
didn't turn out
really,
very well.
really bad.
Well, I mean, it turned out well because now she's just chilling here.
Just because I, like, pried her jaws open and drug you out. You were unconscious and bleeding, Jackson.
Yeah, but look at us now. Ah, sorry.
She would have eaten you.
You sort of
Potentially.
motion towards her, and her mouth opens, like the antler jaw opens a little bit, more out of just like reaction to you moving towards her, and she looks back, realizes it's you, and it settles again.
I feel so bad every time we're doing that Nuzlocke. We've fought him a while now.
We just murder the shit out of it.
But like specifically Mawiles, the Sudowoodos that we murdered, I didn't feel bad about. The Mawiles, I'm always like, oh.
You had to work for it. I haven't had to work that hard on any of my Pokemon relationships yet.
Molly, pads her arms a little bit, and she says, "Fuck. Okay, yeah, maybe we go inside then. Like, I think I'm getting a sunburn already."
Yeah, sure. Get back to the Pokemon Center, heal up, and get a team together, I guess, to go to the gym.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't mind just going with my crew that I normally go with and see what's up and go from there. I don't want to fight the gym till tomorrow.
Sure, I wouldn't. Yeah, just go and scope it out.
Yeah.
I'd be cool with that.
Sure. You mind if I tag along?
Not
Yeah.
at all.
Go for it.
Let's see.
Chimchar's got to get more skin in the game. So.
I gotta heal Machu.
Keegan's-
Maui can use a little bit. I think Billy was fine. I didn't use Billy at all. He's fine. Angus can definitely use some love too, though.
So you're saying that she pulls her feet in and she starts shaking them off over the edge, and she puts her bare feet down on the pedals, and she starts paddling a little bit.
Maybe on the way back to the Pokemon Center, we can find like a pastry shop or something, and I can
Get a little
get
treat
all
for
my
Axel.
guys some treats.
Oh man, like a meringue,
Yeah.
like a meringue cookie, like
Ooh.
fuck the sugar, man. Yeah.
It'll be really bad choice to hype Axel up on sugar, but
You
he
promised
jumped
him.
in the water and I promised him a treat, and I will get everybody a treat because of what Axel did. And Axel can have 2.
I just hope I have enough money for that.
Yeah.
We might need to go and cash in the basket first.
We'll see what happens, I guess.
So you guys continue to paddle back. It going on 2:30, almost 3 o'clock by the time that you make it back to the dock. As you paddle up and you put your boat back to where you guys picked it up, and jump back on the shore, collecting your fishing rods. As you guys are basically unpacking everything, you see the slowpoke wander down to the edge
I really
of
hope he
the
catches
dock.
something.
He acknowledges you and acknowledges your fishing rods. And then he looks to his typical spot, walking to the edge of the dock. He sits down slowly, nudges his butt towards the edge, and then drops his tail lazily in.
I just really want him to catch something.
It would be kind of sad if he had better luck than us, though.
Well, I don't think he's fishing for basculin.
Well-
I could be wrong, but I mean, it seems like this is something that he does on a regular.
Wait. If he fishes for the basket and we just catch them, does that count?
I don't know.
We could make money off that, right?
You hear a dry chuckle come from down the dock, and a man who is walking down testing the lines on a number of the boats that are currently tethered. He's got an old cap that covers half of his face, an old sort of tattered cotton vest. He walks with a cane. He laughs at each of you and says, "Yeah, you'd have better luck by yourself. I mean, Slowpoke's been coming here for many years, and I don't think he's caught nothing. Oh, scratch that. He's never caught a thing in his time at this dock."
That's sad. What is he fishing for?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Did we ever point our Pokedexes at it? I think we did.
You don't know what they fish for?
Maybe Professor Larch knows.
Maybe. I'm half tempted to jump in the water and try and like literally grab a fish with my hands and move it towards his tail. I feel bad.
The old man shrugs. Imagine you coming here every year for how many years, and somebody just shoves a fish on your line.
He
Would
wouldn't
that
have
make
to
you
know.
feel any better? But you would
Depends.
know.
What if I just like lure them in the right direction?
He sort of wiggles his eyebrows a little bit, and he says, "A true fisherman values the thrill of the hunt."
You just seem so sad.
Perhaps. But if he was really that torn up, maybe he wouldn't keep coming here day after day.
Why does he keep coming here if he's not catching anything?
Maybe he
Because
just
he's
likes
a
the
true
routine.
fisherman.
Jackson, you should ask him what he's fishing for.
I don't know if that works with Pokemon that I don't know.
Shame. I hope he catches something.
Are you done with your boat?
I think so.
Right. Grabs the line and he pulls it in and ties it up. He looks at Molly, and Molly Does one of these to him, and he turns and he walks away.
I yell at the slowpoke. I hope you catch something today!
You see its ear twitch, but that's all the acknowledgement it gives.
I hope the basculin didn't eat everything that you catch. Because then it's gonna be really hard for you to catch anything.
What if he's stronger than the basculin?
I-
Then he could just catch basculin.
But what if he's not fishing for basculin?
He still got something.
I'm just saying, wouldn't it be like the fisherman back there said, wouldn't it be like really disappointing if you were looking for one fish? Like if we were fishing for basculin today and instead we fished up, I don't know, something else? We were hoping for $500.
Yeah,
and
but I wouldn't-
500 Pokebucks.
I wouldn't shake my fist at another Pokemon.
But what if every time you laid your fishing rod in the water, you kept fishing up anything but what we were looking for?
But though, to be fair, once I figured out the math, even getting a basculin wasn't so happy.
Yeah. I caught my first water type Pokemon,
Nice.
but
Molly smiles. Good on ya. You seem pretty at home in the water. I'm surprised you haven't found more.
I haven't been really near any water yet. This is the first time.
Mostly been in like desert and stuff not congruent to water being there.
Forests, weird strip mines.
Oh, right. There was water in there though. Just no Pokemon.
There was. There wasn't any Pokemon in there. And there was just a general fear that there was really yucky, like, toxic gas.
Yeah.
So like poison types.
No,
Bonsly.
actually.
Oh,
And Maui.
fuck.
Oh, but there was those guys that we didn't end up
Oh, the
catching.
purple things.
That, like, were, like, really puffy gas-filled balloons.
That's cool.
I can't remember what they were called. Yeah, Shuppet had to, like, go and sneak past them to get this weird crystal that we were looking for. And he pulled up a cool stone, too.
Cool stone.
Yeah, I show her the stone I found, which was a leaf stone.
Yeah, she looks at it and she says, "Fuck, man. Yeah, that's a leaf stone. These things are valuable, eh?"
I mean, if they're that valuable, I kind of don't want to sell it, you know?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, but you can find like dealers in some of the bigger cities. They'll pay a pretty penny for something like
But
that.
then if I ever need one, then I have to buy one.
Fair point.
And I'm
You
broke
need leaf
all
stones?
the time.
Sure. I
don't
mean,
know.
they carry a certain energy or some shit. I don't know. That some Pokemon use to, evolve,
Oh.
go through their next change.
I've
Only
been
certain Pokemon. but
hesitant.
there's-
because I don't know. It doesn't want to be one of those things that if you need it and then you don't have it when you gave it away, you know?
No, and I mean, if it evolves
Fair enough.
Pokemon, it's good to hold on to.
Yeah.
Shuppet got lucky.
Yeah. Fucking good find, man. That's shit.
Well, that was all Shuppet. Shuppet put himself in a very dangerous spot. But he did good.
You
That
made it out okay.
sounds like the story of your guys' like life.
Yeah, that was a very rough time.
The amount of times that he's almost,
I mean, to be honest, like, I'm sure every time he gets out of bed is like a near-death experience at this point in time.
awful.
I mean, she's not wrong, though.
No offense. I
None
mean,
taken.
I'm pretty sure I had to save, like, both your life and that guy. I can't remember that guy's name. What was his name?
Do you think I remember?
No. But half the time you call them by different names and then I go along with it, so I don't remember their actual names.
I don't remember at all.
Was it with an L?
No, I think that's our first little buddy that we had in Brambletown.
Was it?
Yeah.
I don't remember. But he almost drowned too.
It was a rough time in that cave.
It was it was not a good time at all.
Remind me to never go on an adventure with you two.
No one's died yet.
I mean, from no lack of trying, apparently.
She's got a point.
I mean, with the exception of the church where that was bad for both of us, I've saved your life every time. And his, I did.
Yeah.
It's always somebody else. Except for in that church. That was brutal. That was poorly thought out plans.
Yeah, we kind of cornered ourselves.
We definitely did.
Meh. Live and learn.
Will we though?
YOLO.
Are you guys still standing on the docks
No.
by the
walking.
slowpoke, or are you walking?
Yeah, probably
Walking.
Okay, so you guys have left. Walking down the street, you guys are getting close to the Pokemon Center at this point in time.
Try and keep an eye on a pastry shop. I promised Axel a treat.
Sure. Give me a perception check. Perception
Oh,
check.
that's a 4.
Yeah, walking down the street, you guys are so enamored.
For the pastry shop. I just saw a roll.
I wish I did. That would have been very clever. As the pastry shop slinks into a back alley.
That's a mimic.
You guys are so enamored by your conversation that you do not spot any shops along your way. In fact, given your role, you probably didn't note any specific shop, period, on the way back.
There
Molly,
were
likewise,
shops
who is more than a little, like, zoned out.
She's high.
And you guys walk up to the Pokemon Center. The sliding doors open. And you walk inside. It is a typical hustle and bustle. A girl walks by you with what appears to be a Meowth. It looks to be a little hurt and nursing its own wounds. She walks up to the front counter and she is greeted. Another Chansey walks by, picks up the Meowth and pats it on the head and walks away with it. The little girl looks at it longingly and then goes and sits down.
Hello, Nurse Joy. We're back.
You walk up towards the counter and Nurse Joy is standing there. She seems to be reading something on a clipboard, idly flipping through, and she looks between the three of you, thinks for a moment. You can tell that she's definitely trying to process something or recognize, and then she looks back down at her clipboard, flips a couple more pages, and says, "Oh, Trainer Brook, is
Yeah.
it? Yes,
You have a very good memory.
I've got something for you, actually.
Oh.
One moment."
Oh.
And she steps behind the counter and she leans over, and then she looks back up and looks at one of her aides and says, the envelope? On this side. She goes around to the other side and she roots through a few. It looks like she's got a series of packages and she pulls one out. She flips it over. Oh, yes. She leans across the counter and hands it towards you.
Take it.
Okay. It's just a flat envelope, and it's just got the name Brook on it, and your last name, of course.
Open it.
Okay. You open it up, and there is a little note that sort of slips out, and it says, "Please call me Professor Larch." You reach your hand into the envelope, and you pull out 500 Pokebucks.
Okay.
She knew. It's almost like she has our information or something. Don't trust the government. This would be a very different game if fucking
Nurse
Jackson
Joy,
was libertarian.
Would you mind giving these guys some TLC?
Oh, of course, of course. John, please, can you help? And she motions to another aide, and he comes over with a small metal tray, and he hands it out to either of you, waiting to receive your Pokeballs.
I'll pop on Machu, pop Mary back on her ball, and pop on Mary, and then I'll pop on Angus, because Billy apparently took no damage.
Okay. I don't think Billy was in the fight at all.
No, I don't think so. I made smart decisions.
Okay. Brooke, you hand over your
Marginally.
Pokemon as well?
Yes.
Okay. He
All
takes the
of
tray
them.
and he smiles at both of you, and he says, yes, I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
And he leaves.
All need some lovin'. then I'm gonna walk over to the thingy and call Professor Larch.
Okay.
Sorry, trying to multitask. Not going well.
Okay. As you do so, Molly follows you, and she kind of leans over your shoulder,
Same.
and she says, "Dude, is this the professor that I've heard so much about?"
Sure is.
Cool. Yeah. The screen spins in Pokeball shape for a few seconds before it sputters to life. There's a moment where it's just an empty lab. You see somebody walk by in the background. And then a chair swivels into view, and you see Professor Larch. She's putting her glasses back on. She seems to be fixing her hair, and she turns towards the camera. She lets her hair go, and it just kind of falls into this messy bun. The typical look that she typically has, and she goes,
You asked for me to call. I assume it has something to do with Feral.
sorry?
The Basculin.
Yes, of course. Yes, that's exactly why I asked you to call. I didn't expect you to call so quickly. Yes, thank you for being so diligent, and thank you for sending through such a fine young specimen.
Young.
Yeah, it's a young male in his prime. We've already been running a few tests on him. Quite the sturdy little breeder he is.
Not easy to catch.
They're really challenging to catch.
Oh, well, then congrats on managing to track one down and
We were
and
a
reel
little
it in.
over ambitious. We had really hoped to send you like 6.
Oh, well, that would have gone a long way. I would have much appreciated that.
It's probably not happening.
I don't think so.
They were really rough.
That's...
And the cost, it's not quite cost efficient.
We're pretty
No,
broke.
I thought $500 would be more than fair.
Oh,
Is 500
it
Pokebucks
is
not-
more
It
than fair.
is.
It's just that boat
We're just
rentals
broke.
and fishing line rentals and the equipment to
Oh.
get it. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I should have thought about that.
No.
Dewey, make a note, please. $500, not enough. No, you didn't factor... Incidentals. Rentals. Yes, draft a new one. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm terribly sorry.
I didn't mean it as a complaint, but
No,
now maybe it's worth
it definitely wasn't a complaint. It was, we were really excited, and I think we bit off more than we could chew, being that we didn't have a lot of money.
It ended up being a lot tougher of a fight to get it to than we thought
Yeah,
it would
it like kicked our Pokemon's butt, kind of.
be. Yeah, knocked Machu out. Angus isn't looking too good. Mary got hurt a little bit.
I mean, it
I'm
might
sorry to hear it.
be different circumstances if we tried again with, like, with Basculin
Maybe.
helping in the water. It was just, it took a lot more consideration than we considered.
Well, I hope you don't mind me asking. I mean, if it was that much trouble, feel free to turn me down. But in the short time that we've had him here, we have managed to learn a little bit about him, or possibly from where he is from.
Where do you believe he's from?
Well, that's the question. See, we flushed his stomach uncomfortably. He wasn't all too fond of the experience.
I don't
I
think
probably
he
wouldn't
would
be either.
But he's fine. I assure you, he did not harm.
I trust you.
Feral, as it were. And we discovered large amounts of an algae that blooms on the eastern side.
So I have a question for you.
Mm.
By this point, after having caught a Basculin, would I realize that there's Basculin in Brava?
Probably.
Because Melissa's
Yeah.
not up on the whole, like, every Pokemon that's from
I mean,
Brava.
decently common fish in certain regions.
Okay, continue.
She says, yes, we found large quantities of a specific algae that tends to bloom on the eastern edges of Make-A-Wish. Much further than the populated area, closer up, almost towards the Jagged Steppes area. We've seen similar traits in a few of the other specimens that have been sent in. Unfortunately, we've only been sent 3 thus far. They've proven more of a fight than most of the trainers in the area have been able to tackle.
I think I had like a moment of memory lapse. If I gave you like my family's number, would it be helpful in your research? Considering Basculin live in Brava.
She smiles and she says, "Oh, you're home."
Yeah.
I mean, we're familiar with Basculin. I don't believe we're running a study at the moment beyond just this specific phenomena.
Okay.
But I'll absolutely keep it in
I
mind.
don't know where
I
else
appreciate the
they're native
suggestion.
to. Maybe my parents know about any weird trait of Basculin happening. I don't know.
Maybe.
That's a fair question. Yes, I'll. Dewey, make a note. Yes, Brooks. Dewey, that's mean. Just take a note, please. Phone them. Thank you.
Just saying, like, from
I'm
time
terribly
to
sorry.
time, people trade in what would be considered exotic Pokemon species.
Of course. No, that's very astute. That's a fine point. I absolutely. Dewey, did you hear that? Thank you.
Perhaps my parents know or have intercepted something. My family and the team.
Fair enough. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. In the meantime, and again, feel free to turn me down. I know. You said it was difficult enough capturing the one. Would you mind possibly checking out the eastern coast, traveling along the edge, see if you can find anything that's
How far east?
different or stands out to you?
Wouldn't mind.
She says, well, I mean, further out towards, I really can't say, anywhere along the southeastern sort of edge along there.
Okay.
It would be a decent wise outside of Serene City.
Right.
And I honestly couldn't begin to speculate on. You're the first that's brought something that seemed like a correlation, so this is really just me spitballing at this point.
I mean,
wonder if
we-
one of
we-
the fishermen would let us on the boat if we traded information
Maybe.
instead of having to rent a boat. If we traded information about them eating algae in that area and it might be highly populated, we might be able to work out some kind of different arrangement.
Maybe.
Worth a shot.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind heading out to the East Coast at some point anyways, but just not probably anytime soon.
She's talking about the eastern coast of the lake, right?
Oh, of the lake. Derp, 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 derp.
So that might be a little easier.
Sorry, my cardinal directions are totally off. The
West.
western.
Western side of the lake,
So the part closer to the mountain.
which was like a couple days.
So to get to, like, if you're just going straight across from Serene City straight to the
To the lake.
Flag Mountain, it would take you a couple days by paddle boat.
But we're talking
um,
more
She's talking about
southwestern.
yeah, she's talking about traveling the southwestern coast.
Something that we could potentially hit
Looking
on the
for
way
something.
back to Brattletown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could probably do that.
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's doable. Yeah, I think that's absolutely doable.
She smiles. I greatly appreciate that. And again, so sorry for any of the trouble.
Oh, it's no
might
problem.
cause.
No.
You are free to take Farrell back anytime that you need him. We'll run tests, of course, between sessions, but by all means, healthy young stud.
Breed quickly.
Excellent specimen.
Yeah, we couldn't, like flip their skirts up, find a female. Oh, in the other part
I mean,
of that equation.
we might be able to,
In my
depending how
experience,
picky we are.
most masculine do not wear skirts. Is that an anomaly that you are?
No, just an
Something-
expression.
It's just a turn of phrase.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's all good.
It's very funny.
Well, we'll potentially head that way in a day or two.
Sure, sure. You got your reward then?
Yes,
Yes.
I did. Thank you.
Good. Excellent.
See how many more we can catch.
Yeah.
Maybe. One more might be valuable, especially if we could find a female.
Oh, if we... We'll probably have to maybe buy a fishing rod or something if we're gonna go out towards the southeast, unless they have, or southwest, unless they have another dock there that we can rent the equipment from.
If we... Yeah. Even if we have one fishing rod.
Yeah.
We can share.
Yeah, exactly. It seemed to go well last time.
Yeah.
Well.
Well. And a netballer too.
Yes.
We will hopefully make some cash. That will help with that, and check that out for you. And hope that it can determine what is causing this.
I'm glad to hear it. And keep up the good work, of course.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, that's all I had for you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Perfect. Take care, you two, and say hello to your friend back there for me.
Wait, I have one question.
Oh, yes?
There's a slowpoke that keeps
Yeah.
coming to the docks and seemingly fishing for something.
What is he fishing for?
Yeah, but do you have any idea what a slowpoke might fish for? The fisherman says he's been out here every day for years and hasn't caught anything.
Well, a common activity for a slowpoke, actually, whether it be in ponds, shallow rivers, creeks, and swamps. They tend to fish for, well, anything that they can catch, really. Their tail secretes a very sweet, delicious sort of serum that floats through the water and captures the attention of various things. Some prefer Magikarp. It's known in the Kanto region that as a catalyst to their evolution, many try to capture Shelder.
Are there Shelder in this region?
She turns around and she... Yes, it does appear there are.
Oh,
Would there potentially be Shelder in this lake?
once.
Yes.
Hmm.
What if he's trying to evolve?
Maybe. That would explain the dogged determination.
Yeah.
Wait, the dogged, the growlish, the determination.
She smiles. It's possible that mayhaps if he is not having much luck, that perhaps he just isn't ready to evolve yet. Before his time, as it were. You know, there are some regions where they consider slowpoke tails to be quite the delicacy.
So people do eat Pokemon.
Yes, as barbarous as it sounds.
So if people eat Pokemon,
Not in Wundoro. It is outlawed.
right, that's right. Because I had questions about Pokedonald's meat and that kind of stuff.
Pokedon, have you tried their new filet-like fish burger? I am told that it is very good. Dewey was eating one the other day. He couldn't stop smacking his lips. It was very annoying.
Weird kind of like conspiracy theory. What if the Pokedonald's is putting the fish in the lake?
That's exactly what I was just thinking, actually. So
She
I'm
gives
just
you a
saying
bit of a look, and she's like,
and the fish burgers are made out of actual basculin.
I'm just saying we've had a lot of really weird encounters with Pokedonald's.
that seems strange.
Well, was
I mean,
multiple, or was
Pokedonald's
it
is
just the
a...
one weird? I think there was
Well,
only the
those
one weird.
people that were in the Pokedonald's we've encountered more than once too.
We've encountered them more than once, but only once in the context of the Pokedonald's.
But wasn't the truck shipping 2 Pokedonald's?
I think so.
So that's like twice.
I mean, you just made an argument that a truck is shipping supplies to Pokedonald's, as, you know, supply
But
trucks do.
it's like really fishy.
That's what they say about their new burgers. Lip smacking good.
Fucking knew knew it was coming.
Yeah, I wouldn't think too much on it. Pokedonald's is an international, global company. I don't know
But
much
if it's
about their business deals.
international, then eating fish in other parts wouldn't necessarily be illegal.
I'm sure, but for a company to operate like that in Wundoro, I mean, they have to meet all regional bylaws and standards.
What if they're not?
I feel like that's something that would come out. Like, we would know about this.
Though, to be fair, there's probably companies that have enough money to pay people to be quiet about certain things.
Exactly.
And Pokedonald's, being an international company, probably has the money to do so.
Exactly.
I'm sure the government agencies who overlook that have high enough standards and personal principles to avoid such things.
If we ever run into those creepy
Professor
people
Larch
like
hasn't seen 2020.
if we ever run into those two people again, we should just accuse them of putting fish in the lake and their burgers being made out of real fish and see if they respond.
Well, I don't think those two have anything to do with that.
No, but if they know something, we might know because of the expressions on their face.
Maybe.
This is sinking into, like, conspiracy theory. I'm not terribly comfortable continuing this conversation.
Detective work, Professor Larch.
Whatever you do on the side is your own business.
We are the best
We want you to
detectives.
give us communication devices.
She says, well, you two certainly have active imaginations. And, who knows, maybe you're onto something. Anyways, I have much work waiting for me. There's a whole herd of Tauros that need the checkups. So, if you don't mind,
Of course.
Yeah, bye.
Have a good day.
thank you again. Sorry.
Stores his Tauros there.
Professor Oak just got fucking sick of him.
Yep.
No, take them.
Molly's just standing there, just like awestruck. She's like, that's the Pokemon professor?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck, man, she's pretty cool.
She is.
You guys seem pretty buddy-buddy. You know her much?
I mean, outside of being our sponsor, not so much. I think we maybe drive her a little bit crazy, but she loves
Maybe.
us.
Definitely drive her a little bit crazy.
I mean, she's like a cool aunt or something.
I think we
She
drive
is pretty cool.
Dewey more crazy.
Oh, we definitely drive Doogie more crazy.
Who's Dewey?
He's the annoying,
He's the intern.
stuck-up intern assistant, and
Oh,
we make fun of him.
There's
so
always fucking
bad.
one, of course.
I mean, if you want to meet her, we can always introduce you.
Yeah,
What?
we'll call him,
No.
and we'll call him Dougie, and you'll see just how annoyed he is. But you have to go along with the joke.
No. I mean, no. You guys obviously have, like, an in with her. No, like, it's fine.
If you change your mind, we're heading back down there, towards there in a little bit anyways. I think we might even pass through Entry Town on our way to Newport.
Potentially.
If I was reading the map correctly as the player. No. Or New Surf. Then we gotta go. Going like the opposite direction.
As you guys are all standing there, you turn around behind you to see a man who has been waiting very patiently with a couple trays in his hands with his Pokeballs.
Oh, but sorry.
And he
Sorry, thank you
hands
so
one to you,
much.
and he hands one to you. Molly nods. Thanks, man.
Do you know where there's a bakery close by?
The man turns and says, yeah, I mean, just a few blocks down Blue Street.
Perfect.
There's a small one. I
Perfect.
mean, it's small enough you might miss it. Keep your eyes open.
I think I did miss it.
I think we both missed it.
Okay. Liam, want to go check out the gym?
Liam looks up at you as he stretches.
Flexes.
Yeah. See if there's anybody who's willing to have a spar.
He cracks his neck.
Yeah.
I'm always up for that.
Molly looks at the two of you and says, care if I join? Like, can
No,
I
not
tag
at
along?
all.
Absolutely come with
Yeah?
us.
You're a friend. You can come with us. Hang out as long as you want.
Thanks, guys.
As long as you entertain our weird conspiracy theories.
Well, and even
mean-
then,
Like, yeah, it's a global, like, terrorist organization.
Clearly, right?
Yeah, Pokedonald's is enemy number 1 to the people, right?
Yeah.
insight. Is she being serious or is she just being like a shit?
I am not inciting it. I am fully embracing this.
Jackson, that's when I can end up doing the math.
First
12.
roll of the night.
My first roll of the night.
She plays it very straight face most of the time, and you're not sure if that's like the weed or just Molly. You're not sure.
Cool.
She cracks a bit of a smile as she sees you watching her.
You're totally right.
Fuck yeah.
Is the pastry shop on the way to the gym?
It would kind of be a couple blocks in the wrong direction,
It's
but
only a
you're
couple
only going a
blocks.
couple blocks.
Let's go. Let's go to the pastry shop.
Okay.
I'm
turn
taking
around.
to the pastry shop.
It's going on like 4 o'clock at this point in time as you move down the street. It's a bit busier than it was earlier in the day. A number of people hustling about, moving presumably from their place of work, possibly going home for the evening. As you walk down the street with your Pokemon, it's not a strange sight by any means. In the street, you can see a bit of construction, and a large bipedal four-armed Pokemon is waving individuals through. He stops one car, and it gets a little pushy, and the Pokemon like slams its fist down on top of the front bumper, and the car screeches to a stop, and then backs off slowly. It turns to another car and motions it through. Looking down in the site itself, you can see what looks like a large boulder. Again, this Pokemon has 4 arms, and it tucks itself in, and it rolls over a spot. A man calls back and says, yeah, just roll back to the left. Perfect. Yeah, this way, back more, this way, back. Excellent. Come check this for me, please. Yeah, perfect. And they keep going. But all around you, there are Pokemon filling various different functions within the city.
More societal rules.
So you guys walking with your Pokemon doesn't seem strange at all. Yours is perhaps a little more casual. None of the guys or women walking by in business suit necessarily have one out. But you do see a kid maybe a little bit taller than either of you walk by. And he's got another tall, lanky Pokemon who's walking beside him. All in all, people going about their business, living their life in a Pokemon world. You do catch sight of a small bakery. I should say you smell it before you get close to it. The door is open. There's a little sandwich board outside that says, "Come in, we're open." Glass windows out front. You can see there's a number of fresh baked loaves out on display. Most of the section that says today's bread is already empty, but there's a display case with a number of different goods.
What kind of goods?
So amongst everything, you see various cookies. There's a couple different pies. One is an apple. One appears to be some other sort of berry. There are a number of macarons in a variety of different colors and flavors. Aside from that, the remainder of the display case is littered with very decorative cupcakes.
How much are the macaron?
Each of the macarons are 20 Pokebucks.
20 Pokebucks? I shall get 5.
Okay.
Or how much are the cookies?
The cookies are 20 Pokebucks
I get
as
20
well. The cookies themselves
cookies.
aren't like little like grocery store cookies. Like each one of them is like this big.
Hell yeah, I'm getting What kind
The
of cookies?
cookies are that big, and they're how much?
They're 20 Pokebucks.
For a cookie like this big?
For
Yeah.
a giant cookie?
Yeah, they're not like thick. They are decently flat.
For a Krabby battle cry?
Cookie.
Or is that Kingler?
It's both. Yeah, and there's a small variety of them. You see a white chocolate, hazelnut. You see a chocolate chip, always simple. There are some meringue cookies as well that Molly is eyeing up. You can see she's almost drooling.
I'm just going to buy 5 of the chocolate chip cookies that Matt's craving right now.
I'm gonna regret this choice, but I'll be right back. I step outside.
Okay.
And Liam's on my shoulders. I'm gonna pop Axel out and say, "Okay, I need you to sit, and I need you to listen."
As he pops out, he looks out on the street and all the movement around him, and his eyes are just all over the place.
Okay, I scoop him up, and I hold him like this.
Okay.
Liam's on my shoulders, and I say, "You jumped in the water, and I promised you a special treat. So you get to pick what kind of special cookie that I get for you to share your special treat. But you get to pick the special treat."
He looks up at you and he starts to shake
Okay.
very excitedly, and he starts licking the underside of your chin, under your neck, and he's like,
And I walk in holding him and hold him close to the case, but not close enough that he could like slobber all over it with licking it or something.
okay.
And
As you like hold him there, his paws are like this, and his little tail is rocking his entire back end.
yes. Okay.
He's drooling.
You get to pick your special treat. What special treat are we getting?
His eyes are just like all over the place. Ryolu just crosses his arms and harumphs.
He's getting it, and we're sharing. He jumped in the water. I promised him. What about one of these? And I like elbow towards the macaroons.
Sure. Yeah, he like noses up the display case, making this big wet smear
Okay.
over front of it.
That one look good? Okay. Could I get half a dozen of those macaroons? Assorted flavors.
Sure. A larger lady behind the counter serves you 5 chocolate chip cookies
Hell yeah.
that you had wanted. Salvador just came in the room to check.
Yeah.
And then he's like,
you guys
oh, there's no dogs. Okay. And he left. She serves you up 5 assorted macarons.
Put it wrong.
I said half dozen, so 6.
Oh, yeah. She serves you up 6. Pulls an additional one up and says, "Sorry, dear." She sticks it in a small paper bag and rolls
It's the
it up.
baker's half dozen, although that would be 7.
She says, "That will be 120 Pokebucks
Give her 120.
and 100 Pokebucks."
No, hand her 100.
And Molly's like, "Yeah, like this row, like those one. Are the blue ones better than the green ones?" And she's like, "Oh, they all taste the same, dear. They're all just sugar." She says,
Yep.
"Oh, fuck. Well, you're not making the choice any easier. Like, okay, just give me like 20. And the woman's like, "Okay."
I have made that high decision before. I can't judge. I've definitely been like, I'm gonna order some fucking marble slab.
Molly hands her over the money, and before you're even out of the shop, she's got one in her hand, and she's just like, and her mouth is so full that there's a little bit of drool leaking out, but it's all colored blue from the meringue that is inside her mouth, and she's like,
Is it good?
"Well, yeah."
Okay.
Is it better than the green one?
Gonna make her shove another one in a row?
I mean, after she's done that one.
You know, I've always preferred the taste of blue to green.
Fair.
Although you definitely seem to like your green.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, she's got like so much color just like around the bottom of her chin at this point in time, but she doesn't seem to notice. Axel is just vibrating in your arms. You're like holding the bag with one hand. You're holding him with the other. He's slowly slipping out of your
Yep.
grasp.
He's like one of
and
those
you've just got
Japanese
him,
And
bees.
Liam on my shoulders. I'm just a jungle gym for Pokemon.
pretty much.
Okay. Was there a bench outside?
If you walk down the street a little bit, there's a bench.
Okay.
Sweet.
Once we find a bench, then you can have the special trees.
Yeah, we'll sit down and we'll get everybody out.
Okay. You sit down. Everybody is wandering by, going about their business as you guys set up yourselves a little picnic. Molly is sitting behind the bench, her back to the back of the bench, just on the ground. She pushes a few cigarette butts out of her way and makes herself comfortable.
Okay. Position Axel on the bench. Tell him
He's sitting
to
there,
sit.
There's
but
some
he
legitimate
slowly
ceremony that goes into
inches
this.
Yeah.
himself.
Sit
a
while,
little
while we get
closer.
everybody else ready, and then I lift Liam off my shoulders and place him on the bench.
Okay.
And I pop out Chimchar, so Keegan and Sassy.
Okay.
And I'll pop out because I'll be walking around with Billy and Maui.
Okay.
Already out because they're chill now. And then I'll pop out the 2 rambunctious boys. I'll pop out Angus and Machu.
Okay. Angus and Machu. Both of them pop out. Machu, appearing before you, looks about, his little ears twitching, and then he stops and his nose starts just a-going. He turns around and he looks at you, and his one eye goes big.
In a minute.
His tail behind him just vibrates. Angus, however, is doing a bit of a strut. His attention is
boy.
immediately drawn to Molly, who is on the ground. She's got the bag of meringues beside her, and she's nibbling on another one already. And he goes over and starts sniffing at the bag. and she's
Angus.
like, no, like,
Angus.
and she growls at it, and it looks up at her and goes, and backs off slowly.
There you go.
I will look at all my Pokemon and say, okay, because Axel was a very brave boy and jumped in the water when we were fighting the Basculin, he picked a special treat for everyone to share.
Riolu huffs. Ooh.
So, and I
Elitist.
start handing out everybody, yeah, I forgot what they were
The
called.
Macarons.
Thank you. And because I got an array, I'm gonna hand like Sassy a yellowy one, and Riolu
takes
like
it
a
very
blue one.
Delicately in her mouth, and she holds it and she looks up at you. She sits down. She seems to be quite pleased.
And I hand Riolu a bluey one, and Chimchar an orangey colored one, and Axel gets a green one.
Okay. Yeah, Chimchar takes his and he looks at it and he starts to slowly like pick it apart, and he puts it down on the bench in front of him and he's like picking up little pieces of it. Liam just eats his down and looks away like, Axel tears his apart. He picks it up, he kind of throws it up into the air a little bit, he shakes his head a bit, and it's just eviscerated. Gone.
Glad you all enjoyed them.
Alright, now since Machu, you kinda got your ass kicked. You got knocked out, so here's a cookie.
Machu takes the whole cookie, which is basically the size of it, and holds it up. Eyes are so big,
Like the
as it holds
like
this
the
little cookie.
fucking Eucharist.
Strangely, as you watch Pichu standing there holding this cookie above its head, you see its form start to glow and shimmer. And as it holds this cookie, its entire body grows a bit.
Hey, Molly, when you said that certain Pokemon evolve if we give them that leaf stone, do cookies do the same thing?
You hear her giggling behind the thing. She goes, what? What are you on?
Machu's looking a little different.
She picks herself up and looks over the edge of the back of the chair, and she goes, oh, fuck. The glow around Pichu dissipates, and all the Pokemon who are watching in wide eye see a very different Pokemon before them. This Pokemon is a bit more filled out. It's not as lanky or as fine as the Pokemon before. I would almost say it has a little bit of a gut.
Little paunch.
Its cheeks are rounder. Its ears are...
Ponchachu?
Yeah, Ponchachu. Its ears are less triangular and more pointed. Its tail is larger. It looks like a more defined, more mature creature. But it stands there with this cookie about the size of its head now. And then puts it down in front of it and looks up at you and goes... and just goes at it, tearing through the middle of it. And as soon as it's like teared a hole directly through the center of it, and starts just shoving down the one side and then shoving down the other.
And
That
Pokedex.
That was poetic, Jackson.
As we now update Pichu to a Pikachu.
I have to get something to drink. I laughed so hard it made me choke.
Okay. The Pokedex spins, and it takes only a few seconds for the Pokeball to come to a stop. And it reads, Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. Whenever Pikachu comes across something new, it blasts it with a jolt of electricity. If you come across a blackened berry, it's evidence that this Pokemon mistook the intensity of its charge. It raises its tail to check its surroundings. The tail is sometimes struck by lightning in this pose.
Ha! Okay. Hi, Machu. I'm glad you enjoy your cookie.
Machu is busy licking the crumbs off of its fingers. Her fingers?
I think it's her. I think so. Yeah, for Molly. And then I'll turn and give a cookie to Billy.
Okay. Billy takes it and
Hoping.
he holds it up and he goes,
Okay, so it was a one-time thing. Give one to Maui.
Maui takes it and idly eats it as she watches the crowds around her move.
And then pass the last one to Angus.
Okay.
I laughed so hard I choked and I couldn't breathe. I had to take my inhaler because it's all too much. All of it's too much right now.
Ooh. Oh, I could use a fucking Kit Kat bar. Hell yes. So now, what do I have to do to adjust from a Pichu to a Pikachu?
Pulling all these up here.
Hey, Mr. Not producer, Mr. President.
Mr. worried about mommy because she's
Mr.
coughing and choking.
President.
They're all like partially melted.
Oh, probably. Ooh, that
So
didn't break.
hot.
That didn't break. That wasn't satisfying like a
Just
regular Kit Kat.
smooshed.
It just
Squished?
flumped over.
Gross. You don't want to flump when you want a Kit Kat.
Oh, it's just like it's peeling the chocolate off of it.
This is where on stream you lick the wrapper clean.
Oh, Pichu evolving holding a cookie was so poetic. I can't even.
Yep.
I feel left out of the evolution party.
Oh yeah, I guess.
Nobody has evolved yet.
Okay, so
I'm guessing there'll be points to put in.
yeah,
Points
so
to put.
when it evolves, its health increased by double its level. And it
Nice.
gains 7 points to add to its ability score.
Nice.
Max of 20, cannot add more than 4 points in any individual score.
Well, Con's going up by 4 right fucking now.
Disappointed!
I'm not. You lie.
To make up for its gut.
That's harmony! Fuck you!
Great.
So health goes up
skipping.
by 10 now because I just put. No, more than that because it was at 8 con, so that's 2 per level, so that's another 10, so that's 15 hit points.
Now,
Total
while you
that he
guys are
gets
all
now.
gawking at Pikachu, you note as Angus is hesitant to eat his cookie. He keeps looking at it and looking over at where Pichu once stood, and he kind of noses it a little bit.
Oh, it's okay, Angus.
Noses it a little bit more, and flips it over onto the other side.
It won't hurt you. See, Billy and Melly are fine. And I'll start munching on my own cookie that I got myself.
He eyes you carefully for
Is
a
there
moment.
certain things that Pokemon can't eat? Like, can he just maybe not eat the chocolate chip cookie?
Is chocolate toxic to Pokemon dogs as well? But
That's
they
what I'm
actually have the
wondering.
wherewithal to not eat it.
Molly looks and she shrugs.
That would be
Oh.
Some kind of check.
You know what? Yeah, she'd have a
Sure.
at least an argument for knowing.
Give me a medicine check.
Okay, that's all that. There's no like moves that a Pikachu learns,
Oh.
or is
That's
it
a
just
7.
the points and?
Yeah,
HP?
not when it evolves.
Okay. Perfect.
That's only a 7.
You're not sure. I mean, Pokemon are fairly intelligent as far as like our understanding of animals go. They are far smarter than any animal.
Angus. Axel ate his cookie, but his cookie's different. Is there something you don't like about this cookie?
He looks at you and he licks it a couple times.
Do you want to trade cookies?
He looks at his cookie and he picks it up slowly in his mouth and starts eating it. He breaks it in half.
Okay.
Do you like the cookie? I could get you something different
Continues
next time if
eating
you
it.
don't.
He finishes the cookie off, slowly but surely. He looks up at you and he shakes his tail.
We'll give him some scritches.
Night insight check, Angus. Is he jealous?
Give me an animal handling check.
Oh, okay. 19.
19. More like a concern. You see his eyes and his mannerisms suspicious of the cookie that he has now eaten. And the way that he looked at it and then looked over at Pikachu, who was cleaning off every crumb off its like belly and between its little
I'm gonna
fingers.
have a fast little Pikachu.
Um,
I'm gonna be the worst pet owner. I'm gonna be that guy that's like, oh, look at him, he's so chunky. I know he has like 12 heart diseases, but he's so chunky and just so
cute. Yeah, that's kind of what you gather.
I totally would have ate Angus's cookie if he didn't want it to, even after he licked it.
Machu seems entirely unfazed by this change. Almost like it doesn't even realize it happened.
Okay.
It continues, it leans over and it picks off a crumb that it seems to have missed off the ground and eats it.
All right. I don't know what to think,
I mean, it was kind of poetic, wasn't it?
It was.
Evolve, eating food?
but now Do other Pokemon evolve that way? Do they only evolve with certain foods? If I had given him a macaron, would he not have evolved? Or if I gave him like a piece of popcorn, would he not have evolved?
You hear the sound of a Pokeball opening, and Molly, standing behind the bench, says, "Hey, Girafarig, you think you'll evolve if you eat this cookie?" And she hands it to it, and it eats it. She goes, "No."
I mean, maybe it's like, maybe it just, I mean, he's always been really into food, right?
Maybe just food in general makes him.
But maybe you appeal.
We got the foodie Pokemon
But
who
maybe
evolves
you
with
appealed to
Schnobus
something
appeal.
within him that made him evolve.
Maybe.
Like, maybe it wasn't so much the cookie. Maybe it was the fact that you keep giving him food.
Or maybe it's the fact that we just got into a fight and he might have just grown better as a fighter. I don't know.
You feel a tug at your pant leg. You look down, and Machu is there, tugging on your pant leg.
Not
Yeah?
Machu. Oh yeah, no Machu.
I don't have any more cookie.
Yanks a little harder.
I don't have any more cookie.
It looks very upset for a minute. You see little sparks come out from its cheeks.
But Machu,
I don't have any rations either.
but
I don't have
Machu,
rations.
when we go to the Pokemon gym and we fight other trainers, we'll all have more money, and then Jackson can buy you more cookies.
Exactly.
You see both of Machu's ears go up. One swivels to the
Yes.
side, and it cocks its head towards
Win
you.
Pokemon fight first, then cookies again after. Yeah, cookies.
Shakes itself off.
Is the Pikachu's AC different? Not to interrupt, but
No, that's
might as well.
That's a fair point.
And is it level 5 when proficiency goes up?
should be 3, I think.
Should
Plus
be
3.
plus 3. Okay.
Pikachu's AC is 13.
Okay, so it does.
Yeah. Its proficient skills are acrobatics and persuasion.
So same as it was before. Okay.
Saving throws, dexterity, charisma.
Same as
Its
before.
vulnerabilities and resistances would be the same.
Yep.
Its abilities the same.
Yep. Would its hit dice be? It's still a D6.
Hit dice is still a d6.
Okay.
Speed 30.
Speed 30. Where art thou?
Its legs are a little longer than they were before.
Okay. Proficiency plus 3. Put that there. Okay, we good. No, we're good, Salve.
Boo, boo, boo.
We're good,
Okay.
sir. I hear you buffing.
Let's see if we can get some fights
Sure.
in. I hope everybody enjoyed their treat.
Oh, that-
And I think if we finish, if we beat the gym tomorrow, we'll celebrate.
Oh, I'm down.
Yeah, because it'll be the first gym. We gotta
would be.
celebrate.
Oh, I should have gone and I should get Dandy and Pup for the gym.
For the actual gym.
Yeah, for the actual gym. Not for tonight, but for the actual gym. That fisherman seemed to think that they would do decently. The grass types versus water types.
Are we sure it's a water type gym?
Well, I'm assuming if it's by a lake.
I mean,
You know-
that's the assumption.
Like, I would assume that the volcano gym is gonna be fire. They could throw a wrench into things, though, and make it incredibly unobvious.
What if this is like
What if this is the fire gym?
a poison gym because of all the toxic fumes in the air from industrialism?
What if we're thinking about this all wrong and there's no typing for gyms and it's just whatever Pokemon they happen to have?
I mean, didn't we think Brambletown was like grass
I think so.
and it was flying? Could mean nothing.
Molly shrugs. She says,
We'll find out.
I mean, what will be will be.
Exactly.
Like, why don't we go and see?
I give everybody a Scritch, Keegan, Sassy, and Axel, and pop them back in their Pokeballs.
Okay. Yep. And I'll pop. You know what? No. Machu's still Machu. I'll pop Machu in the Pokeball and same thing.
Yeah, as you say that, you look down and Machu's like wandering around the bottom of the bench, like looking for scraps of stuffing.
Except a cigarette butt.
Yeah, finds like a cigarette butt, sniffs it, throws it to the side, and keeps moving.
Congrats, bud. Into the ball.
Hey,
I throw Liam up onto my shoulders and say, Liam, you know that everybody fought well in that fight, right?
Liam rolls his eyes and goes, "Roar."
I'm sure you would have jumped into the water if I had asked you to, too. But he was anxious, and I mean, let's be real. Axel's food driven. Yeah, so it was just encouraging him with a special treat. You guys all deserve one. You know you can be a little supportive to everybody.
It's Rioli for I suppose.
They support you. We're a team.
Shrugs.
Everybody's success is shared. When Axel succeeds, you succeed. If Axel does well at the Pokemon fight in the gym, and we win because he did well and you did well, then we win. If somebody doesn't do well, or when we all don't do well, or I don't do well, that's when we have to go back and do it again. Success is success. Don't be such a grumpy Gus. Give him a scratch. You've clearly never been on a team before, Riley. I'm just saying, there's solo sports and there's team sports. This is a team sport, like water polo.
He turns and he starts walking down the street without you.
He jumps off my shoulders.
Yeah.
Chase after him. Grab him.
Little sassy boy.
Well, he says, "Wait for me."
Hey, Mr. Producer.
You guys continue down the stretch. You guys move down the street, and the streets start to thin out a little bit as people move out of the downtown area, and you guys come closer to the beach. Hitting that sort of outside street parallel to the beach itself, you see the Pokemon Stadium standing in all its glory down the way. The glass shimmers in the little bit of light that breaks through the clouds, making it look like this very modern piece of art. As you come closer and closer to it, it's pretty tall, and you note that you can't quite see through the glass. It's not necessarily one way, but it seems to be either a lot of condensation on the inside or something. It's hard to make a good guess at what would be on the other side. You do see what appears to be a young couple sitting outside of it. They kind of see you guys approach and acknowledge you.
Would you be interested in a 2v2, assuming you're a Pokemon trainer?
The one girl stands up and she smiles sweetly. She's got this little floral dress on. She cocks her head to the
We
side
just
and she
challenged the
says,
gym leader.
I count 3 of you.
Yeah.
Molly says, yeah, I'm a third.
Do you have
Do you have a third?
a third?
She smiles. She says, yeah, I know someone who'd be up for a battle. Sure.
Perfect.
Yeah. She sort of taps the lap of the other kid who's almost fallen asleep on the bench. And he looks up. Where did I put those?
I love how it's perfectly acceptable in the Pokemon world to just walk up to people and go, "Fuck you, fight me.
Hey, fuck you, wanna fight?
Fuck you, fight me. And if you lose, give me money." This is not robbery. We are both agreeing to these terms before we
This is a
fight.
consensual fight, now fight me, bitch, and then pay up!
She says, "Come on, Ryan. Break's over. Let's go find Olivia. She said she's been itching for a fight today." And he says, Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay. And he looks up at the three of you and says, oh, hey, guys. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go find Olivia. Come on, Ivy. And the two of them walk inside. The door opens, and before you, immediately you're hit by this rush of warm, humid air that kind of just spritzes across you, followed by a
like
spritz
today.
of fresher water, almost like a
that's refreshing.
sprinkler going off. As your vision clears, you see before you a lush array of green. Shrubs, plants, flowers, gardens of all sorts. Trees that are growing inside this building. Some that look like they are absolutely not native to this hemisphere. The two kids in front of you, each maybe 13, 14-ish, break off from where you are. The girl starts calling off, Olivia! Olivia! One moment, Olivia! And wanders deeper in amongst all the ferns and the plants. Ryan taps his foot and he crosses his arms and says, yeah, Olivia's pretty into plants, you know. Ivy will find her. She's probably under a bush or something. You guys wait here for about a minute, and another figure approaches from across the floor. This is not the small, flowery dressed girl. This is not a girl at all. You see a rather large, burly man, thick head of red hair, a bit of a chin strap of red beard. His hair comes off in a little bit of a ponytail, but it keeps tucked right behind his shoulder. He is wearing plaid with denim jeans.
So a lumberjack.
Hello.
So a lumberjack.
I
Oh, hang on. I will switch
take
to.
it you are probably not Olivia.
I'll switch to this.
He hefts an
So
axe
you can-
that was over top of his shoulder, and he puts it down onto the ground with a thick thunk. And he looks over each of you, and he smiles and he says, hello, my name is Guy McBairn. I am the gym leader of the Serene City Pokemon Gym. Welcome.
Hello there.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to meet you, guy. Guy?
Guy.
Hi.
Guy?
Yes, my
Okay.
name is Guy.
Nice to meet you, Guy. And I thrust my hand towards him to shake
Same.
his hand.
He reaches out and his hand just entirely engulfs yours. And as he shakes it, you feel your whole body shook with it. Likewise, he reaches out to you and shakes your hand. You feel like your old bones just crumble in his massive hand. And he pulls his hand away. And he says, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your names.
I'm Brook.
And I'm Jackson, and this is our friend Molly.
Molly looks up at him and says, wow, man, you're fucking huge. And he says, oh, that's very nice. I appreciate the compliment. But where I come from, I'm kind of small.
What? Really?
He looks a little embarrassed and says, yeah, you know, up in the mountains, I got brothers and sisters who are bigger. And my cousin, oh, he puts me to shame.
You've been waiting for a long time to do this character, haven't you?
It reminds me of the one from our campaign.
Yep.
I know what it's like to have a lot of siblings and family around.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
It's like a full flower bed, you know?
I've never thought of it like that, but yeah.
When tended to properly, things grow and flourish.
They do.
Did you grow a lot of these plants?
He looks around and he smiles. I did. But not all. Some are much older than I am. They were here when I got here.
Oh. They're very, very beautiful.
It's a gorgeous garden.
Thank you.
Not all from this area, though.
No, these are plants from all over Wundoro and other parts of the world. Here we tend to them, and we make sure that they grow big and strong. Some for the beauty of them, others for their uses.
And probably some form of maybe conservation.
Yes, you understand.
Go
I
anything
mean-
for pharmaceuticals?
Yeah.
We've tried, but mostly we keep the flowers and the plants that we enjoy.
That's fair.
They're very interesting.
I like to think so. He just looks around, appreciating all his plants.
I'm going to do the same now.
Yeah. I want to see if I can find any plant life that's local to Brava.
And I want to see if Jackson gets triggered.
place.
As you guys are looking around, he sort of waves and he says, "Please, feel free to enjoy the gardens. I take it you are here to have a Pokemon battle? I saw little Ivy and Olivia talking over there. I think they're preparing on gym floor B."
Oh, yep. That sounds like where we need to go.
Perfect. Yeah.
Ryan, can you take them to gym floor B? Thank you.
Just so intense when it gets to the clap. I'm like, listen.
And Ryan nods and he says, yeah, guy, sure. Whatever you say. And says, come on.
Follow.
And Jackson's
while
going to look
I
at all
am
the flowers
following,
and shit.
I'm looking to see if I can find anything native to Brava.
Okay.
Just out of
As
curiosity.
you guys leave his immediate sight, Guy waves and he says, enjoy yourselves.
I will. Thank
yes,
you.
thank you. I don't think this is a water gym, Jackson.
I don't think so either. I jumped to conclusion.
I think this is the gym that we thought was gonna be in the other place. In Brambletown.
Maybe we do a little more reconnaissance next time before we just assume. Well, I say we,
Yeah.
but I mean me.
Both of us. Both of us. Definitely should.
Molly says, you think he's got like his own little personal weed stash in here? Like a couple bushes off to the side?
Did he strike you like the type?
Is it illegal?
That's also a question.
Because if not, then
Mm,
probably.
Maybe. Not probably. I mean, it is illegal.
Then probably not.
Probably
I had a
not
feeling this place gets
here.
gets inspected.
You're probably right. I mean, I had a cousin once. She grew a couple plants in front of my grandmother's house, and my grandmother thought that they were like dandelions or something, but they kept like growing, and she loved those things. Like she kept watering them, and every now and then she'd come back and find that there were a couple leaves like gone, you know. Never did know, and that went for like 10 years before she caught on to my cousin. So like, I'm just saying it happens.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. Anyway.
In a private home, probably, but in more of a professional setting, I don't see as much.
I have
I
to
mean,
agree.
look around. Like, you could plant one little weed plant anywhere in here, and it would just get mixed in with the rest of the foliage. Like, no one would fucking know.
Oh, they inspected a little more closely than you might think.
I mean,
I used to be a botanist.
yeah, but all plants look the same, you know?
Isn't that kind of like saying all people look the same or all Pokemon look the same?
No. People in Pokemon are very different than plants. Plants are just plants, you know?
No, plants can all be very different, just as almost more varied than people, really.
Different flowers, different shaped leaves,
Even
different colors.
and even some plants of the same species requiring different levels of care just by how they grow
I
as an
didn't know
individual
that.
plant.
Hmm.
Just like people. Just like Mary requires one way of dealing with when Billy requires another. Some are easier than others.
Okay. Sure.
And the people who are coming in here could probably tell us weed from weeds, if you know what I'm saying.
Fair point. Also,
Ryan leads you to a.
but the real question is did I find a plant from Brava, and did Jackson get triggered?
Give me a nature check.
Oh hell yeah! I do good on these.
Yes, both of you.
7.
That's a 60. Oh no, a 17.
17
Plus
and 7. Brook, plants are just plants. They're all the same, man.
No, they're
Like
not all
some
the
are
same.
colorful, some aren't. Like, but they're plants. You don't know if you'd be able to pick out a specific plant from Brava. At least not in here. It's gorgeous. You pick out plants from all different parts of the world. They're not necessarily intermingling, but you can see ones that have similar sort of you imagine that their biomes would be very similar or similar enough that they could be somewhat grouped and cared for individually. Some of the flower beds are large and spanning and they're forest-like. Others are small, like a series of potted plants. You see one area that is like a tiered sort of balcony with a number of small rose bushes growing on it, at the top of which is a Pokemon that you recognize. This is a Pokemon that you guys both saw in the field a few days back, that you kind of beat the snot out of and it took off. Beside it, a larger, more vibrant form. It seems like possibly of a similar strain, maybe a distant evolution. This Pokemon stands almost a foot taller. Its flower-like buds are open not only on the top of its head, revealing this bright red sort of crown, but also at the ends of each of its hands. It's delicate, and as you move by it, it sort of moves gently and watches you go.
Give it a wave.
It bows deeply towards you as you keep moving.
He's a gorgeous Pokemon.
There are some very beautiful Pokemon.
Ryan turns back to you and says, "Yeah, that's Roserade. The snippings we take from her make world-class tea. We sell it all over Wundoro. Yeah, I mean, if you've ever been in a nice cafe, you've probably had some."
Might have to try
Never
that.
realized.
Intentionally try that.
He leads you to a bit of the gym that is visibly different. Here specifically, there is a large cleared area with lines painted on a wooden floor, like a gymnasium. However, it's decorated along the edges by a number of different potted shrubs, and in the center of it is also an arrangement of different shrubs as well, creating various bits of cover. You can see the one girl who had left you, whose name was Ivy, seems to be conferring with another girl who is wearing what appears to be work clothes. She's got a dirty apron on, a number of gardening accessories hangs from the side of it. Her hands are dirty and she sort of wipes them off and wipes them on her apron. She looks over across at the two of you and smiles sweetly and says, hello. Hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome to
Hello.
the gym. Have you met Guy already?
We
You
have,
did,
yes.
yes.
He likes to personally greet all the trainers that come in.
He's a very kind man.
Very kind.
Kindest. You won't find a better man in all of Wundoro, I assure you. I take it you're looking for a battle.
We are.
3 on 3.
Okay. Yeah, by all means, you guys take that side of the arena and we'll take this. It'll be myself, Ivy, and Ryan, if that is all right with you.
Of course. Now
Yeah.
we're doing one Pokemon each or multiple Pokemon each?
She smiles and she looks at the other ones and she was saying, "Oh, we were thinking 3 each."
3 each.
Sure.
Okay. Oh, that's a tough pick. another Pokemon to get up to level.
I mean, one of them is a bad decision for me, so I kind of have to go with a certain 3.
Well, I mean, that's assuming that they have.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
The girl continues to wipe off her hands a bit, and she pulls a Pokeball from out of her apron, and she tosses it into the air, and she nods to Ivy and Ryan, and they both line up on the one side. Molly says, "Fuck, okay, I guess we're doing this, huh?
I guess so.
We on the same team?
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys aren't gonna, like, hit my Pokemon,
No.
like, when... Yeah?
What?
I mean, I did beat you last time. I
No,
wouldn't
of
blame
course
you.
not. You're our teammate.
If we wanted revenge, we just challenge you to another battle.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
Which actually, after this, we might. It'd be fun to go for another roll in the hay like that. That's a turn of phrase I shouldn't use here.
She gives you a weird look.
Probably
Says,
not.
Perverted old man.
No.
Alright, at least you're on my side. Alright. You ready? This old pervert's ready to go.
I mean, you did that to yourself, Jackson.
I did.
As you stand there, each one throws a Pokeball towards their line. You see a familiar Pokemon pop out before you. Pink with green dandelion shoots coming out the top. It smiles sweetly and lands gently on the ground.
This was the spoiler that I saw.
Olivia, next.
Get the zoom right.
Tosses her Pokemon. It appears in what appears to be a cloud of spores that sprinkle delicately and land on the ground, littering it. It is mushroom in shape, a little frilly, green on the bottom, whitey color on top. It looks unimpressed, and it looks across the field at you guys, waiting for something. Ryan
Have you
throws
seen
his
one of them
Pokeball
before?
last. You have not.
Yeah.
He tosses his Pokeball, and you see another Pokemon that you're quite familiar with. This is a very
Hey.
common Pokemon across the world.
Little bastard ran away from us
This
a couple
little
times.
onion Pokemon. Onish.
Onion.
They look expectantly across, and they say, "All right, who you gonna pick?"
I look at Liam and I say, "Buddy, I trust that you have kind of got this going forward. We got to buff out the team a bit. So, otherwise we're not going to have any success in gyms. So, if I need you, I'll let you know. Otherwise, try and coach." And then I pop out Keegan.
Okay.
And
Except apparently it just popped out the name Chimchar.
the word Chimchar.
And I can't get it to go away. Oh my god, what do I do?
Just refresh. You have to open up the other stuff, but
Stupid thing.
Okay.
And then I'll turn towards Maui.
Molly flexes a little bit, and she tosses her first Pokeball, and out pops the Girafarig. Kind of stomps there in place, and looks across the field.
I'll turn towards Maui, and I'm going to say, well, you seemed okay fighting on the paddle boat. So if you want to, do you want to be in on this fight?
Maui looks up at you and kind of shrugs and looks across the field. And then she walks up and takes a spot next to Girafarig.
Hell yeah, Maui. It's the first time I've gotten to see her sprite.
Steven, could you put Chimchar Sprite on the field and me still use it? Because my thing is not cooperating right now.
You having problems?
Yes, I am.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's Maui.
Beauty. Okay. And with that, I think we're going to take a break.
Cool. Billy is not the right Pokemon for this gym at all.
No?
I don't have anybody who's like, well, I mean, Maui's the most suitable.
No good for this water type gym?
Maybe Zubat. I guess like the bugs would have been fine, but they're, you know,
All
so
the bugs.
hilariously low
Yeah.
level. Well, I'm rethinking my strategery.
So, I
completely.
mean,
although to be fair, Jackson doesn't know the strategery either.
I mean, the surefire thing that we would probably assume is fire.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
a safe assumption.
yeah. I don't think anybody would assume flying though. So like Zubat and Archer, unless I like asked people very specifically, or Stunky with the poison. But poison is also typically a grass. Grass poison is pretty common, and is I don't think poison is actually super effective against grass. I think I just made that up in my own head.
It is.
Oh. Well, then
mean-
Zubat would fucking wreck here.
Brook would probably take Golbat only because having caught it, she would understand its resistances. But my only...
Well, only if we use stuff that was... I don't think we used any grass against it, so I don't think it would.
But we did catch... Like, I did catch it. So I should have information similar to what we observed.
Do you get that information when you catch a Pokemon?
Somewhat to a degree. Like, you get a very basic Pokedex entry. It does say some things based on the region that you caught it in, similar regions where the Pokemon can be captured, or is typical habitats. I mean, if you have general knowledge of the typings, you would know the typing of the Pokemon that you are now in possession of. That is certainly logged.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that you
But
would
didn't we...
inherently know
didn't
its
you
weaknesses
use
and
grass
stuff.
types
It's a fair
against
point.
it?
You use Dandy against
Yeah.
it.
But
We used
but I think Dandy was only... Dandy doesn't have any grass type moves
No.
that hurt things. The only grass type move that Dandy has is Synthesis and Poison Powder, which it would be immune to anyways, but...
Because I don't have any grass types that I use, but I thought you used.
No, I just tackled. I just booped things and fairy winded them.
It did attack Dandy at one point in time and do super effective damage, though.
Yeah.
That is fair.
But you also can't always infer the inverse. It's a mistake that I
Absolutely.
always make. See
no, that's
any
fair.
episode of our Nuzlocke where I always talk about how, oh, fighting's super effective against poison, right? Like, fighting fucks up poison. That's how it goes. Oh, it's the... okay. Because I've been playing the entire thing as like, Jackson doesn't know shit. Which is why... What was the one water type thing that we were fighting? And I was like, yeah, Billy will be fine. Billy's not fine! Billy's not fine!
Boom. Not good.
I mean, all things
Most on bueno.
considered, assuming there's no additional types other than grass, which is what our characters assume. None of my current party are bad choices.
Yeah, only one of my current party is bad. And even then, if he was far enough away, and just stayed far enough away. Because I'm not sure how many things have 100-foot range.
Guess we'll find out.
Next time.
Range is an issue.
Potentially this time.
D&D.
On Badunda.
Molly has 3 Pokemon, right?
Molly has 4
Yep.
Pokemon.
Okay.
Well, because she has the Giraffe Rig, she has the Gligar, and then she has the Sun, not the Sunkern, the
Seedot.
Seedot, yeah,
Done.
that she was watering. And I don't know if we've seen the 4th.
Yeah, her Dustox.
Oh, Dustox, that's right.
Who beat the
She's
crap out
gonna
of your
fucking
Pokemon.
destroy this gym.
Yeah.
You know, I just have everything that's super effective against these guys conveniently.
Non-intentional.
No, I know.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about it right now. It's like, oh yeah, that's right.
Literally everything that she has is good against them.
She's just here to fuck this gym up.
Like, the only thing that would be bad would be... Because, no, not Gligar. Gligar is poison flying. What am I talking about? I was thinking ground flying for some reason.
Yeah, for whatever reason. It is ground flying.
Oh,
That's right.
I was right.
Gligar's typing is weird. It's strange. I always thought it was ground poison or something like that.
I thought it was flying poison.
Yeah.
Because I knew that it
Weird.
was flying. I knew that it was a flyboy. I might grab.
Yeah, you want more water? I can grab you some.
Yeah, just like a quarter. This is like 2 liters. This is way more water than I thought it was. I had trouble drinking it all day, which is a nice problem to have.
But it is good that you did it.
Yeah. Well, then I have 2 other bottles that I have because my fucking like all that I do at work for food is I'll bring like 2 Nutrigrain bars because it's nice, good bit of fiber, and then I'll do 2 protein shakes because it's a nice bit of protein. But then I'll just have like bottled water from home that I bring with me for the protein shakes. So I never have to leave my desk unless I have to go to the bathroom. And remain relatively healthy. I hope this isn't too... I'm probably getting a little closer. One more? No. That's as close as I can go, and even then I gotta go...
determined to get my current guys up to 6.
Yep. Because we do have a lot of bugs. Thank you, sir.
You have a lot of bugs.
Well, yeah, I have enough bugs to fill the party. Ladybug, Wurmple, Spinnerack. Oh, I guess 1 shy, but then just put in the Zubat.
There are...
Zubat! Give him some Zerbits.
There are...
Bug is super effective against grass, right? I'm not making that up.
What is?
Bug?
Bug, yeah.
Okay.
There's like 5, ideally 6, that I want to get up to level 6.
Yeah.
And these are my like core 4 right now.
Oh yeah, I've been walking around with, like, Billy and Maui are probably going to be permanent fixtures in the party. Just because of the relationship with them. He's going to feel bad ever going to a box and be like, I can't use you.
Yeah.
Even though that might happen with Billy for this gym. But even then, he's going to feel real bad about it. And even then, that depends on whether or not he realizes.
Keegan and Liam are going to be 2 primary fixtures. But I will say that if this was a water gym, Keegan would have sat out.
Yeah.
I don't think I can let Liam sit out.
No, I don't think Liam would willingly sit out ever. I don't think Billy cares.
I don't think I could have.
Billy's
think-
so easygoing.
It's one thing to have him sit out to understand that others need to buff out, like for this challenge, like for this one, and be like, coach, support, do the thing, amp them up.
Oh, and thank you for the water. I don't know if I thanked you.
It's
Do you want
different.
anything?
No, it's entirely different to be like, oh yeah, by the way, Liam, I cannot take you into this fight at all. Period. End of story. Go to the box.
Wait a minute. Are these just the sprites from the game?
Those ones are. Molly's not. So yeah, the
I just realized, like, wait a minute, those look familiar. I recognize these.
the personalized NPCs are all custom art done by Alyssa of the Lighter Arts.
I love how much the personalized NPCs look like actual Pokemon NPCs as well.
She does an excellent job.
Yeah.
They're pretty close to the 5th gen sprites.
Yeah.
Is kind of how everything. It's kind of how I pitch them. I think this is also the first time that we're seeing Molly's sprite on camera, other than in the.
I don't think so.
Her
on
sprite wasn't
camera.
ready.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
Because did we have her for the first fight?
We did.
You didn't have her sprite. She wasn't.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't have the sprite done yet.
No, she was not ready.
Yeah, we just
You
had
did
this.
see her personal art.
But we did not see her pixel art.
New. Okay.
I'm assuming
Ever
pixel art is a pain in the
you
ass to do, and I have a lot of respect for people who can do it.
Yeah, no, that's the reason why I sent out for it. Like, it is not my area of expertise by any means.
Like, I'm even just trying to think of how you would go about it.
You know, something weird that I've really, really, really wanted lately?
What?
Fan art for our campaign.
Hey, if anybody wants to send in fan art.
So much
Yeah.
so
Oh,
that
yeah.
I have considered doing
Commissioning
fan
people?
art for the campaign and not saying it's me.
Well, now somebody can send in a fan art of Pichu evolving,
Oh,
holding
God,
a cookie
please.
over their head.
I want Pichu in, like, a priest garb and then slowly, like, growing out of it and just muscling out of it. But more paunching out of it.
It's been something in my head for like a good week now, because I decided to go back and I was missing. This is gonna sound really stupid, but I was missing Critical Role so much because I started watching Critical Role like a year or so ago, right? And I practically binge watched in large portions Campaign 1, and then when COVID happened and all of the like shutdowns and stuff, and I temporarily lost
the fun stuff.
employment, I binge watched like almost the entirety of Campaign 2. So I think I was maybe only 20 episodes in near the beginning of... No, that's not even true. I hadn't started Campaign 2. I hadn't finished Campaign 1.
Jesus.
I finished Campaign 1 on lockdown and then decided that I was determined to finish the entirety of Campaign 2 before I went back to work. And Steven wasn't sure I'd be able to do it. So I binge listened to the entirety of Campaign 2 of Critical Role. But now the problem is when you have spent the last, like, year and a half binge watching Critical Role and suddenly you can't anymore.
Yep.
You're, like, in a hole of emptiness just wanting more of that content. So I went back and I watched the, like, wrap-up. And there was a question that they asked. It was either the main cast or certain visitors. And they're like, what's one of your favorite things about being online?
What'd you lose?
The visuals of everything, but that's fine. I'll get it back.
Doing this. And they were like, fan art. And I was like, oh, I want fan art. And now I can't get that out of my head.
Well, it was... the first time that we got fan art, it was that Austin? No, it wasn't Austin. It was somebody else... who was hanging out for the first Nuzlocke, who drew spoon.
Spoon.
But it's so much more
Alaka
different.
dabbing.
It's so much different
That's
when
right.
it's like fan art of you playing a game, though.
Well, I mean, that was fan art of us playing a game. That was fan art of our Alakazam.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's
Or not our
different
Alakazam,
when it's
but-
like this type of a game. With all
I don't know.
your-
I appreciate the fan art for everything that we've done. Like, and that was
Yeah.
like such a fucking
Hey,
cool
we won't
moment.
be picky. Yeah, if anybody out there wants
Someone
to take a
please do
moment,
me
I mean,
fan
we
art.
appreciate comments, likes,
Yeah.
all of the above.
But right
We
now,
appreciate
I
just, like,
really,
interaction.
really
Mhm.
need some fan art. So if someone could please make me fan art, it would make my day.
Okay.
Because I need it in my life.
Are you guys about ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get ready to rumble.
We're all messed up.
Read a great-
Jackson's where I should be.
I read a great tweet
I'm
the
with
other day
Jackson.
where somebody broke the R on their keyboard. So in order to get around it, they would put W's instead of R's for everything. So they were speaking some fucked up uwu language all day.
Everyone roll initiative,
I
please.
just did.
Let me double check something, because I think Natural Explorer only gives you advantage in natural environments.
Yeah, this isn't quite natural. It's
Yeah.
close. It's as close as
I
you're going to get
think
in an indoor
yeah.
space.
Yep, no, it's just on that. So, oh, fuck. It's like the best initiative roll I've ever
That is
had with
pretty good.
Jackson. It's still
Okay.
-3, but
So it's
-2.
still ends up the same as mine.
Yep,
Anybody over 14?
exactly 14.
Exactly
14.
14.
Our dex is the same.
So do we want to do off our Pokemon's decks or off of our decks? Because we're both 14.
It's off of yours. Yeah.
But we both have the same deck.
You both have... Oh, you
We
both,
have the same dex.
So technically you're going to share the same initiative.
Or we could, well, if we want to do a tiebreaker, we can go off just the Pokemon's dex.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Maywee's 11?
14.
Chimchar, yeah. Chimchar, go
Okay,
first.
so, Brook.
Go first, Chimchar.
The other thing I was going to say is we could communicate.
Yeah.
But totally up to you.
Wow. Molly. And... All right. So, first out of the gate, Olivia, who seems to be the most competent trainer of the other three. She looks around at her other teammates, and she points at her Pokemon, and she says, Strumish, we're not sure what they're capable of yet. Why don't you go and observe the area? And Strumish moves behind this potted plant. Brook.
I will ping the people at home.
gonna Chimchar, move forward 25 feet. I can barely see the thingies because I zoomed out so far. Yeah, 25.
Okay, Chimchar
And
runs
hang
down the
on.
field. He keeps looking back over his shoulder at you.
Yeah, I guess I should do some measuring.
In Pokemon,
Mhm.
if they hold an action, does it use the PP? Or only if they use it?
They work more closely to spells than they do other, so yes.
Oh, there's one
Move a little
Pokemon
bit
to be able to
further
do well
out,
against you.
out behind one of those potted plants.
So this is the game it's going to be.
Here.
Okay, ducks behind that potted plant.
And then I'm gonna move myself.
Okay, Jackson.
Yeah. Mary, I guess just get closer for now. Ooh.
Mary starts confidently striding forward, looking at the other Pokemon, sizing them up. You can see her jaw hanging behind her tremble a little bit, its mouth undulating.
So her movement speed is 25. So 60, 55, 80. 80 can get her there.
I was
She
like, where'd
dips
you go?
behind another one of the potted plants. Ivy calls out to her Pokemon. Hop it!
So weird not hearing it called Dandy.
Go see where that one went. Don't let it out of your sight. And it floats up into the air, directly behind another one of the potted plants.
Is it off the ground?
Nope. Molly looks around and she says, "Fuck, man. Like, okay. Giraffe rig, I guess. Follow their lead." And Giraffe rig ducks behind another potted plant. Ryan scratches his head and he says, "Come on, guys. You gonna hide behind potted plants all day? Where'd you all go? Hop it. Oddish. Just, I don't know. Go up there." And Oddish trundles a bit further up the field,
That's a great word.
looking around. Trundle? It's a great word. Looking around. When it stops, Ryan says, "Yeah, if you're not seeing anything, use growth." And the Oddish
Looks in
seems
on
to
itself,
root
it grows as
itself
a
into the
person.
ground, and it grows visually a couple inches taller. Olivia calls out to her Shroomish and says, "Hey, Shroomish, one of those other ones stuck behind that plant over there. Why don't you go see if you can't root it out?" And it moves. Up a little bit, getting itself into position.
Zoom in a tiny bit more.
And as it stops there,
Zoom in a bit more.
you see its body sort of quiver and pull itself in tight before it launches out a set of seeds towards the giraffe rig.
80 feet? Holy fuck.
Leech seed.
Hitting the giraffe rig.
Damn.
The giraffe rig stomps in place as these seeds land in its fur
Giraffe.
and take root. Brooke.
Okay, Keegan, that guy's got some range on him. Sneak down there and give him an ember. And he's gonna ember at the shroomish.
Throwing a handful of flame.
22.
22 definitely hits.
I don't know why I randomly started dying. I'm sorry.
That is 9 points of fire damage.
Okay. Yeah. Deadly accurate. It lands right on top of this mound of mushroom flesh. The shroomish seems to recoil a bit, and you can hear it go uncomfortably as the flames extinguish themselves, as it bashes itself sort of against the side of the planter. This Pokemon appears to be very hurt. It did not like that at all.
Okay, Keegan, now back off and get some cover. And then I'm gonna run. Keep my guy in sight. Okay.
Wicked, Jackson.
Yeah! Maui, there's one behind the plant in front of you. Go, maybe sneak around? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And from there, how far? Too far. But still. 5, 10.
She can probably go this way.
Oh, I guess, yeah. I
Right,
keep
'cause
cutting.
the-
5, 10.
The trees are...
So it's like this spot, technically behind the potted plant? Like it's only really
Yeah.
occupying this space?
Yeah, so the potted plant's only really occupying 2 spaces.
Okay. 25, and then from there, it's still too far. But, actually, Mary, 5, 10, just, cry at it! Use fake tears.
Okay, as she
At the
looks
Hoppip?
around at the Hoppip.
Yep.
The Hoppip doesn't need to see.
Let me double check. You fake an opponent with super tears lowering the defensive when activating a move. Target must make a wisdom saving throw. It doesn't say anything to see him, which is kind of weird, but still.
Fair enough.
Against your move DC on a failure.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a crying child.
Yeah, so
Doing the same thing that I did.
Mewi
I fell
pops
for it.
behind the planter, putting her back hard against it, and she buries her head in her hands and starts going.
I need that boy to make a wisdom save, boy or girl.
The Hoppip looks around the side of the planter, lifts one eyebrow, and with a natural 20, seems entirely unfazed. It just goes,
Meh. Cry your little bitch tears. Maybe get a little closer then. And she'll finish her.
Ivy smiles and says, "Oh, Hoppip, I think you made that Pokemon cry. No matter. I mean, if you finish it off."
Jesus. It's dark. Maybe if you kill it,
Maybe
it'll stop
just
crying.
Put it out of its misery, right?
You're a great mother. If I kill it, it'll stop crying.
The Hoppip flips around the side.
Postpartum's a bitch.
Postpartum's a bit. Can't quite get within sight of the Pokemon though. And stops right there. Beginning of Molly's turn. She's gonna take some damage. I think. Beginning? Or is it end? I can't remember with each seed. At the end of each of its turns. So, Molly cries out and says, "Draft rig, dude, man, that's some gnarly shit. Get up, go stomp it out. Get rid of that shit." And Draft rig goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Yeah.
30, 35, 40.
getting
and
there.
Oh,
dashes
Jesus.
towards the other Pokemon.
What?
Just clearing the distance now.
Oh, it's
Ending its turn there, it moves incredibly quickly, but it is going to take some damage.
That's such a cool looking Pokemon. I love Giraffari.
It's a very unique design.
Yeah, it's one of the more trippy designs. I found my favorite design in Pokemon Shield and Sword last night. Or not last night, Friday night. Mr. Rhyme!
Oh, good God.
I fucking love Mr. Rhyme. Because it was the most unexpected.
Okay.
I was so disappointed.
What? That's so good!
Ryan calls out to his Pokemon. You're still hiding behind bushes. Oddish, go get the one that you can see.
Hit me!
I'm not gonna deal with his sass, sir.
Come at me, bro.
Yeah, the Oddish stays there and uses Sweet Scent. Its leaves start to sort of move, and out from it emits this beautiful, sweet-smelling scent.
I know that attack.
Can Mewi give me a Charisma save?
A charisma save. Oh no, he's at 2.
No. So, attacks against Mewi.
Have advantage?
Probably a +1.
Have
Oh no,
advantage.
he has advantage on the next 2 attacks against.
Yeah. On a fail, you have advantage. Yep. On your next 2 attacks. And that's where it's going to end its turn. It's going to move up a little bit. Olivia. The giraffe rig right in its sights. She is going to move around the side here so she can see her Shroomish.
I guess I could be moving Jackson.
And she says,
I always forget.
Shroomish, that Pokemon is all legs. Just tackle them out from under it.
Sweep the leg!
Shroomish goes for a tackle, and the Pokemon easily stomps away with its cloven hooves.
Just. A little mushroom just like charges towards your foot. No. Bad touch.
Brooke.
Okay. I'm going to assume that because of the shape of the flower pots, that Keegan has direct line of sight to the Oddish.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna move Brook. And I'm gonna yell at the Brian guy. It's not hiding! It's called strategy! And then I'm gonna yell, Keegan, ember that Oddish!
Keegan, burn it!
That's a 20 to hit.
Jesus.
That hits.
Keegan's got no fucking chill.
That is
Woo,
9
woo.
points of fire damage again,
Again.
because I rolled another 6.
Throwing
Jesus.
straight fire. Again.
Keegan's introducing them to his mixtape.
The flames strike the Oddish. It's larger size. The flames get wrapped up in its leaves, and they smolder. The Oddish looks very concerned with itself as it shrieks horribly, throwing its leaves about until the fire eventually goes. But it appears to have taken considerable damage, and
Back up
Ryan
this
calls
way,
out,
bud.
"That's no fair! You can't use fire!"
Would you prefer I use water?
Kind of. Jackson?
Mary, go finish off the little one. And blah, 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 and she's gonna bite him. Bite him!
Okay.
Do the thing you did to me!
Striding up to it confidently, the head whips around and these massive teeth come out.
Does she know bite? Okay, she does know bite. Ooh, that's gonna be fucking good. So it's a strength-based move, so that's 24.
That hits.
And it's 2d8. Let me double check and make sure that I have that written down correctly. Yes, it was only 17, so it doesn't flinch. But, ooh, Well, both ends of the spectrum on that damage. So that's 9 plus 4 is 13 points of dark type damage.
Okay. Yeah, the Oddish takes pretty good damage from that as it spits it out of its mouth. Maui looks back at you, and you can see her smile slightly as she turns back towards her opponent, who is now quivering
Damn.
before
I was really hoping
Maui.
we could knock it out before it hit you.
She's a sadist. Oh, it's all good. Meta knowledge, I know she's resistant to grass type moves.
Ivy calls out to her Pokemon, Hoppip! Ryan's Pokemon isn't looking very good. You need to give it a hand.
Helping hand?
And the Hoppip flies right up behind and goes in for a back tackle.
A backle?
A backle. That's going to be a 5.
Does not hit.
Yeah, Maui leaps out of the way
It's like
as
she's
this
got eyes
Pokemon
on the
comes
back
in
of
like
her
a
head.
helicopter. Missing it. Ivy snaps. Dang it! Molly.
Okay, good. It just did still have on the action.
Molly calls out to her Pokemon.
Oh dear.
I'm okay.
Yeah, that little thing doesn't have much to it. Just hit it. Stick your paw where you know it'll hurt.
Jesus.
The giraffe rig turns to look at her, and as it looks at her,
Pokemon to fist it.
as it looks at her, its other end, the darker, toothier end, looks down at the Shroomish, rears up, and goes in to kick it.
It's like a corrupt giraffe. It's like, this is the giraffe end, and this is the side that was met with corruption.
Yep. It's like a corrupt midget giraffe.
A corrupt midget giraffe.
Because it's not quite tall enough to be a giraffe. But it's got
It's
the
like-
little pokies.
Too short to even be a baby.
Yeah.
It strikes it.
Hell yeah. Go Molly. Fuck him up. Or I guess Molly's giraffe rig. Fuck him up.
8 points of damage. Okay. The Shroomish stumbles back a little bit, but as it does so, you can see that the giraffe rig sort of quivers a little bit as more of its life force is sapped out from the leech seeds.
Oh, poor giraffe wig. It's the only thing on our side that's taking damage so far, though. Next to maybe Maui right now.
I'm kind of playing the range game right now.
And the Shroomish looks a little bit healthier. Ryan grits his teeth and says, Oddish, come on. We said we'd show these girls, right? Use Absorb.
Ooh.
The Oddish
He wants to
shrugs a
conquest.
little bit, and its leaves wrap around Maui, looking
All
for
these
purchase.
young boys just want to impress the girls.
Young boy.
They're all
It does
like
have
horny
advantage?
little
Yeah,
boogers.
Okay.
so that's going to be 21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That is going to do...
Mark off the fight. I did not.
Yeah, that's going to do 7 points of grass type damage.
Reduced to 3.
Okay.
Oh, hot, 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 hot!
And the Hoppit looks just slightly better.
Or the Odish.
Odish? Yes, that's the one.
It looks 1 hit point better.
Olivia looks across the field down at her Shroomish, and she chews her bottom lip and says, this isn't going so well, Shroomish. I'm sorry. Try for a Mega Drain. The Shroomish narrows itself close to the ground, and pops back up, and as it does so, you see this energy force sort of leach out from it, clinging to the side of the Girafarig.
Miss.
But the Girafarig rears up and backs away from it. It seems to disconnect itself from whatever strange attack this just was. Brook.
How is Girafarig looking? Pretty good? Pretty not good?
Girafarig's been hit a couple times, but it
Only
looks
by
like a
the
bigger
HC.
and hardier Pokemon.
Okay. Can Keegan see the Hoppip from here, or is it obstructed by the plants?
I think you can see the Hoppip.
Okay.
It's out enough.
Okay.
Hold on. You moved back one. Sorry.
Yeah.
It would have partial cover if
Okay.
you stayed right where
But
you
if
were.
I move forward, it's fine.
Correct.
Keegan, move forward a little bit and give some help to Maui. Hit that Hoppip with an Ember.
An Ember.
Ember.
Maui, Ember. I'm Ember.
18.
18 hits.
6 points of fire type damage.
Another super effective hit as it strikes the Dandelion Pokemon. It sputters a little bit in midair, nearly touching back down on the ground. It shakes its little body and looks over towards your Chimchar, who is joyfully wringing its hand. Woo, 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 woo.
Now back up off of it. Keep your cover.
Jackson.
Maui, bite the little one again. Just get him out of here. And she's gonna bite the Oddish.
Okay.
She's gonna bite the Onion.
Onion.
That's why do I suck at math today? 18 to hit.
Good rolls. That hits.
Maui has like my best plus to hit besides Billy. Plus fucking 7 to that shit.
Nice.
And nom nom nom. Ooh, there we go. That's yeah, because she's got 4. She got an 18 strength plus 3 for proficiency. And then Billy's on the beats her out because he's got a 20 strength.
Jesus.
Everybody else is
I ain't got
middling.
nothing that good.
I only got 2 with that.
That's like plus 4, plus
Yeah.
5.
And that is 10, 14 points of dark type damage.
Holy crap.
7 and a 3, boy.
Yeah, that's enough to knock the Oddish out. It goes limp, shrinks back to its original proportions, and disappears inside the Pokeball.
Perfect. Good job, Maui.
Ryan cusses and he says, God. All right, Bellsprout, you're up next.
And then Jackson's gonna start actually moving this time. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
The Bellsprout appears in the space immediately where the Oddish was.
Perfect.
This
And
small
that'll be it.
Pokemon, which you've seen before, you fought in a beauty pageant against one.
Yeah.
Is spindly
against it, too.
in its body parts. It has 2 little leaves and this bell-like flower head with these
gourd.
massive lips. Its whole body sort of wriggles about in this quasi-dance.
I would definitely name it Gordon. Or Ramsey.
Ivy narrows her eyes and she says, This is a bad position for you, Hoppip. Stay in there. Help Ryan. He could use the help. And Ryan says, I don't need your help. But the Hoppip moves around to the backside of Maui and goes in for another tackle.
Oh no, the flanky flank. Whatever shall I do? With my copious amounts of vigor.
That's going to be a 22 to hit
Hits.
with its tackle.
Which is normal, so I resist.
That's going to do 4 points of normal type damage.
Reduced to 2. I have so many tanks.
Maui's taking these little hits, and every time she does, she looks back at you and gives you this look and looks at the other Pokemon. Like, what?
Really?
Really?
I guess this is it. Okay.
Molly calls out to her Pokemon. Girafarig, that hurt. Keep it up. And the Girafarig is going to go in for another assurance. And as she does
Assuring
so...
the assured that need not bother.
That's right. Olivia calls out, Shroomish, don't let it hit you again. Use Stun Spore. The Girafarig
Well, that's a cool reaction.
hits with a nat 20.
Ho ho. But. A potential bet.
And the Shroomish uses its Stun Spore, which is going to be a con save, which the Girafarig definitely fails.
Ooh, Gesundheit.
So this
Yep.
one.
They just jerk, jerk, just jerk, jerk, jerk,
Shroomish
You've
takes some
ruined
mean
Andy.
damage. However, as it does so, there's a spray from its body of all these spores. The draft rig is caught in the middle of them, and it sneezes. And it stomps itself. And you can see immediately it's moving a little more sluggishly, like it's labored and having a hard time. Molly calls out, "Dude, I know that's a bad one. Just walk it off. Walk it off."
Just walk it off. Harden the fuck up, walk it off.
Ryan is going to call out to his Bellsprout.
Welcome to 2020.
Yep. Well, fire tornadoes were a thing before 2020. That's just Australia.
And says, "Yeah, that thing's gonna be a problem, Bellsprout. Hey, get around it. Hold it in place. Use wrap."
That's
The
a wrap.
Bellsprout lashes out towards, almost snake-like, towards
Mewi.
Mewi. That is going to be an 18.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. You're going to take
That's the last one.
4 points of normal type damage.
Reduced to 2.
You're now considered grappled, as the Pokemon is wrapped around Mewi. She kind of struggles with this thing tied around her limbs.
Okay.
You can attempt to escape if you ever want to. But yes,
That will be an action 2.
correct.
And grappled is disadvantage on.
Nope, grappled is just you can't move.
Oh, okay. Well,
Olivia.
joke's on them. She weren't gonna. Oh, I forgot to go back up to that action. But Olivia is the Shroomish.
Correct. Oh, the draft rig would have taken more damage at the end of its
Oh, yeah.
turn from the Leech Seed, which saps another 4 points from it. And gives a
Boom.
little more health to that Shroomish. It doing much better. Yeah, Olivia calls out to her Shroomish. "Keep the pressure on. It's not looking too good anymore." Goes in for another tackle,
The Boopenstuhl.
and that one's gonna miss. Brook.
Silly
Okay,
Shroomish.
Keegan, move forward.
Hiya. Hiya.
Let's take another shot at that Hoppit. Ember.
Woo, woo, woo. Remember to amber.
16.
16 hits.
7 points.
7 points.
Fire type damage.
This Hoppip doesn't look like it's got a lot of fight left in it. As it sputters out the rest of the flames, it looks around hurt.
Okay, back it up.
Jackson.
All right, Mewi, finish off the Hoppip. I was about to say the dandy and got real sad. And we're going to take a bite at it.
Okay.
Oh, that's a 12.
12 on that Pokemon does not hit. Yeah, the Hoppip easily floats out of its bite range.
It's all good, doing great, Mewi. And I will have Jackson move as well once I get 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay. Ivy smiles sweetly and says, "Oh, Hoppip, you're not looking very good. We're going to need to do something about that if we want to keep you in the battle, huh?
Synthesis.
Use Synthesis." Hoppip stands there, and collecting sunlight, it seems to recuperate a bit of life.
46.
And heals considerably.
Fucking love synthesis.
Molly runs down the field. Calling out Draft Rig. "You gotta have that thing on the ropes by now, buddy. Come on, man. Just finish it off already.
Just boop.
Use confusion."
If he's not paralyzed.
This time, the Giraffrig turns around with its more normal-looking side, and it looks down at this Pokemon. You can see small bits of the air seeming to move from its little rounded horns. It is going to see if it is paralyzed. And it is. It kind of just holds this position. You can see its eyes darting around, not very happy, seeming to not understand this condition that is afflicting it.
It started
but it
the
is currently
dubstep.
restrained.
It started the dubstep, but it never met the drop. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Ryan pumps his fist and he says, "All right, Bellsprout, now we'll show it what we can do. Finish it off. Use your rap ability and follow it up with a Vine Whip." It's going to use a bonus action to immediately inflict
Finish it off.
2 points of normal type damage.
Reduced to 1.
And then it's going to attempt to hit you with a Vine Whip. Yeah, it's going to be a 23.
Yeah, it hits.
Vine Whip is going to do...
Finish it off. You don't know how much health I have.
11 points of grass type damage.
Reduced to 5.
As its roots whip violently at Maui. The boy smiles triumphantly. "Yeah, that's the way we do it. Welcome to the Serene City Pokemon Gym."
Oh, he
Olivia
thinks
looks
we're
over and says,
intimidated.
"Ryan, I'm sorry. Shroomish, keep it up." And it goes in for another Mega Drain. That one does hit the Giraffrig, who staggers back, looking a little more hurt. The Shroomish inflicts... How much damage? One of those, eh?
Oh, damn it, I forgot to move Jackson. Hang on. I almost fucking forget.
Come on, man.
Okay. Brook. Oh, I also forgot. End of his last turn,
Oh, yeah.
he took more Leech Seed damage.
More absorption.
Slowly whittling this Pokemon down.
Nickel and dime.
So if Keegan's right here, does he have a clear, uncovered shot of the Shroomish?
Yes.
Okay, Keegan, let's give Molly and her Giraffrig some help. And give it an ember.
Looks like one of the flowers.
18 to hit.
18 hits.
That is a 9 again.
Nice.
Okay. That hit is enough to finish that Shroomish off. It didn't expect Keegan to run around the edge of that pot again, and it smacked with another bout of flames. It smokes the side of the planter and falls down, disappearing into a red light, and disappears inside the Pokeball.
Okay, now cozy up on that corner.
Okay. Olivia pulls out her next Pokemon and throws it right there. In front of you, you see this small, almost duck-billed blue Pokemon with a large lily pad on the top of its head. It shakes a little bit, a bit of moisture spilling off of its lily pad, and it looks down the field. Wah, wah.
I'm going. Going.
Jackson.
Maui! Bite the one grappling you! We should go and bite the Bellsprout.
Sure.
We're in the mood for some bean sprouts tonight, boys. Oh, that's only... Oh, no, that's 14.
14 on that Bellsprout? That's it.
Heck yes.
Yeah,
No,
as
it
spindly as
hurts.
this Bellsprout is, it doesn't move too well. And wrapped around its opponent, it's an easy target.
And that is 10 points of dark type damage.
Okay. Yeah, she gets a good hold on it and takes a firm bite into it.
I like to imagine she's just not moving and it's just like the maw going around being like,
She's sort of struggling a little bit now, tied up a bit, as she fights with the vines around her. The larger maw reaches out and bites the little bit that she can get a hold of. the other propeller-like Pokemon around, harrying her from above. Ivy smiles and says, "Oh, you're in a much better condition now, Hoppip. Lend your friend some hand. Use tackle again." Goes in for another tackle.
I kind of want to switch out a Pokemon and give somebody else experience, and I'm like, but Keegan's only level 4.
If he can still get all up.
That's going to be a 17.
That just hits.
Good.
Just hits, really?
Yep.
Wow.
Very beefy.
You're going to take
Beefy,
8 points of normal type damage
8 points. Reduce to
as
4.
it bashes into the backside of Mary, unable to defend herself from that direction. Molly's turn. She looks around and says, "Oh, Bud, that's a cool Pokemon.
Kill it.
I almost feel bad, man. Like, fuck it. Use Confusion, man." And Giraffrig again tries to lower its head, shaking it furiously. And is paralyzed again. It just kind of stops in place. It's 1 foot up a little bit. And it goes...
Oh, poor boy.
She scratches her head and says, "Oh, that's not too fun, huh?
I like to imagine that in, like, the Pokemon games, it's not like spray bottles and stuff like that. It's like glass vials that just shatter on impact. You just throw it to Pokemon. Antidote! It's like the thinnest glass.
Ryan moves down the field a little bit, strutting cockily, and he looks down and he says, "Hey, old man, you think your Pokemon's this tough now? Look at it, all tied up like that. Squeeze it a little harder."
I don't need to know what you're into, kid.
You're going to automatically take another 4 points as it wraps you a bit tighter.
Oh, wrong Pokemon.
And then it's going to try to Vine Whip you again.
Okay, mouse, cooperate.
Checking that. That'll be... That is a 14.
Does not hit.
Does not hit. Okay. Olivia looks over at her Pokemon and she says, "Lote, we came prepared for this. What kind of trainer comes to our gym without a fire type? Hit it with a bubble." And the Lotad rears up a little bit. You can see its 6 little legs underneath it kind of go. And as it opens its mouth, it sprays out a torrent of bubbles. 2 are going to come towards
Oh, that's cool.
the one, and one's going to go towards the other. So that's 3 attacks. Okay, does a 17 and 18 hit Chimchar?
Me?
Yeah.
Yep.
A 17 or an 18, yes.
Yeah. Okay, you are going from the first bubble. He takes 5 points of water type damage
Okay.
as it impacts and pops
So 10.
in a spray of water. The second bubble does 8 points of water type damage as it impacts,
So
So a total
16
of
to
26.
26.
popping and releasing a much larger amount of water.
So 40 minus 26 is 14.
Chimchar next to Drenched looks very upset by this.
Temporary hit points.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The last bubble
the
heads towards
boost.
that Giraffrig. And the Giraffrig is restrained, so that's going to be at advantage. Hits the Giraffrig and does another 6 points of damage.
To the dropper.
Yeah. The seeds that were
Giraffrig.
buried in its coat, however, fall lifelessly to the ground. Leaf seed having no more effect.
Could you imagine doing a Pokemon D&D Nuzlocke?
Wow.
Did
That would be
she-
so depressing.
Brooke.
I thought she was talking to somebody else. Did she insult me by saying, "Who brings a fire type Pokemon to this gym?"
No, she was saying you would expect someone to bring a fire type
Oh,
to this
okay.
gym.
I thought
like, who doesn't? As
I
in,
thought
like,
she was talking to Molly by being like, "Who doesn't bring a fire type?" But then she
No.
attacked me, and I was like, "I am so confused. I do have a fire type."
no, she was
Okay.
like, I was prepared for your bullshit.
Okay.
It is your turn.
Yeah.
Senior team.
I'm gonna move myself to like here. And I'm gonna look down the field at her and say, I mean, he seems to have done a pretty good job against you guys' Pokemon so far. Move up there, Chimchar. Ember against the Hoppip.
Woo, woo.
He shakes off a little bit of moisture from the sides of
And
his
as
ears.
Brooke sees it start to direct funny, she's like, no, correct it. And he's gonna use a lucky.
Okay.
Oh, and it was worse.
It curves off and lands in one of the planters. You see one of the
that's a
bushes
10.
start on fire.
What was the first one?
A 6.
Jackson.
I only rolled better by 1.
Had to miss eventually.
May we bite the gourd-looking one again? I'm just gonna bite the Bellsprout. Second verse, same as the first, another 14.
14 hits.
2d hit. Where? Oh. There we go. That's 9. 13 points of dark type damage.
Wow. Yeah, the Bellsprout not really being in a position to dodge her attacks, she can pretty freely chew on it as it continues to bind and wrap around Maui, trying to do as much damage as it can. But the Bellsprout itself is looking to be a bit hurt.
I'm thinking your Pokemon is the one with a bit of a disadvantage here, boy.
Ivy looks
about to use
across
to
the
inject
field,
things.
and she looks at your Chimchar. She says, Hoppip, that other Pokemon's gonna give you some hassle. Put its fire out. Use poison powder. And the Hoppip turns towards your Chimchar, and it turns its propeller towards it and spits forth this spore-like tornado that flies towards your Chimchar. Chimchar needs to make a Constitution save.
Okay. I'm gonna use a lucky. That is a 12.
Not enough. Chimchar is poisoned.
French fished.
Okay. Chimchar swatting aggressively at the air, not understanding how to overcome this adversary, breathes in a good chunk of this, and you can see him immediately stick out his tongue, and his one eye kind of rears back a little bit, and he looks between drunk and hurt, and he goes, ooh, 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 and he looks back at you almost pleadingly. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Poor buddy.
Molly comes running down the field towards you. Where did the Molly token go?
She's right here.
Oh, she's hiding behind the bush.
The bush. She's waiting for a moment to ambush.
She says, "Oh, Brook, bad luck, eh? That's some nasty stuff. Chimchar, you okay, bud? Hey, Girafarig, that thing's gonna give us some trouble. Hey, I'm sorry. You gotta get up there and take care of it, huh?" And it runs up to it and goes in to try and make another attack. Breaks through its paralysis
Hell
and
yeah,
goes
boy.
in and misses horribly. Its joints still stiff. It stabs into the ground, leaving a groove in the wooden floor below it. You can hear Molly cursing behind you, Brooke. Ryan is trying to get a better angle of this tussle that's happening between all the Pokemon in front of him. And he looks across, he says, "Ivy, come on, like, if you're gonna help me. Bellsprout, continue to squeeze it."
These girls, but I'm
Such
gonna
a
give them shit.
dick. I want to impress them, but I'm going to treat them like crap.
We all know what kind of guy he is.
Yep.
He's that douchebag.
That douchebag.
He's also like 8. Maybe.
No, I think Steven said they were like in and around the teens, like 14, 15.
Yeah, like 13, 14. You're
Still
going
a
to
bit
take
of a
another
dick.
4 points of normal type damage. And it's
Reduced
going to try to
to-
whip you. Whip it good.
Finally below half health.
That's a natural 20.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Bellsprout easily hitting its target this time. It's going to be... Where are those dice? 7, 14. It's going to be 15 points of grass type damage.
Reduced to 8.
Hitting in just all the right spots. Maui covers her face for a second as best as she can before her arm is lurched away again by the tangle of vines around her. Olivia studies the situation before her and says...
Why, yeah. Superman's dead.
Says, that giraffe rig's a bit of a pain, but if you can wiggle around it, maybe you can see your other opponent. And it pivots a bit just so that I can catch the side of Chimchar there. And she says, all right, pray and spray.
Chimchar, get ready to dodge it! He's gonna use a lucky to impose disadvantage.
Okay. Chimchar, looking very sick, looks around
That's
for the
all the
oncoming
luck.
attack.
Luck has literally run out.
The first bubble comes towards Chimchar, and on a 6, misses. Chimchar jumps backwards. The second attack does a 13 hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, just hits. Oh, Chimchar.
It's going to be 3 points of water type damage as it splatters across Chimchar's form. And then the last bubble is going towards that giraffe rig. Does a 13 hit the giraffe rig? It does not. Yeah, the giraffe rig being much too close to it is
Yep.
carrying it and can't get that last attack off. Brook.
Okay, Chimchar, it's your turn to take a break, bud. Come on back.
Oh, I should remember to do that next time. Okay.
And
I should have done that for that nat 20. I forgot about Intimidate.
okay, Axel.
Speaking
my
of
God.
Pokemon's
Yeah.
abilities.
Natural abilities.
Hang on, I want to consider this.
Hey, Mr. Producer.
Little better.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah? You got some complaints? We'll take him up with the president. He's out in the other room.
Okay.
Hang
Yeah,
on.
Chimchar disappears inside a bright red light as you dig through your
Axel's
bag
gonna pop
looking
out
for
over
your
there.
other Pokemon. You drop Axel
Okay,
onto
Axel,
the field.
get ready.
He looks down the field, ready to take a run. Jackson.
You know what to do.
Maui is surrounded at both sides right now.
Which one of these two Pokemon is looking rougher?
The Hoppip, probably.
My assumption is the Bellsprout, actually.
The
'cause
Bellsprout
Hoppip
by a narrow degree. Both of them,
synthesized.
the Hoppip looked really hurt there for a second. It seemed to regain a number of its constitution points there. The Bellsprout has been taking consistent chips.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Get the one that's wrapping you up. And that's going. Oh, that's only going to be an 11 to hit.
11 hits.
Oh.
The Bellsprout, again, leaving itself wide open to attacks, is confronted by Maui with her giant jaws.
That was 7 plus 1 plus 4 is 12 points of dark type damage.
12 points. Another solid hit. You can hear Bellsprout's bell being rung.
Dong.
But it is still kicking. Ivy looks around and says, Hoppip, be a good teammate. Keep the pressure on. And it is going to go in for a tackle again.
Do it.
That is going to be a 24.
Yep.
As it hits with a natural 19. And you are going to take 4 points of normal type damage.
Did it roll anything other than 4 damage for this attack?
I was trying.
And reduced to 2.
It's just a little old Hoppip.
Aw. Oh yeah, I did reduce the grass type damage.
Molly continues to run down the field. stopping to look at her giraffe rig.
Giraffe. Oh, Axe's not in here anymore. Oh, there it
And
is.
giraffe rig is going to go in for another
Yeah.
He's just
confusion,
all the
but
way
is
over
still
there.
paralyzed. Let's
Pressing
see.
for a charge.
Yep.
Makes it through its attack. Goes in for that attack. Wow, with a 17 and a 20, but it's a disadvantage. So it takes that 17, which is going to be a...
More than enough.
Yeah, definitely.
Going to be a stomped on lily pad.
We'll do, ooh, minimal damage with
Oh.
rolling 2 1s.
I feel you, Giraffe Rig. I do that all the time.
For a total of 3 points of damage to Lotad. Ryan is feeling pretty cocky. Bellsprout, continue to wrap it up. Hold it strong. We gotta knock it out eventually. It is going to do 6 points of normal type damage,
Reduced to 3.
continuing to restrict you, and goes in for another Vine Whip.
Which is going to be made as a straight roll, because Maui is going to look up at him very intimidatingly,
Okay,
with a very bitch please expression.
that's going to be a lot less than. That's going to be a 15.
Does not hit.
Okay. Yeah. The intimidating
Maui,
glare
it's
as
your
the
birthday.
whole mouth portion of her just shudders.
First real fight, and she's kicking ass.
The Bellsprout flinches and stops, looking into the eyes of this Pokemon. It shudders a bit itself, forgetting itself for a moment. Missing entirely. Olivia. Looks out to her Lotad and says, "Lotad, that Pokemon's a lot bigger than you. You need to back off it."
A lot more Pokemon than you.
It's
I
going
mean, it
to
is
move
bigger, so I
away.
guess technically it is more Pokemon.
True.
That Pokemon's more of a Pokemon than you.
As it
Bitch.
moves away,
My
the
Pokemon's
giraffe rig
better
does get an
than
attack of
yours.
opportunity and hits.
Do you have to make the stun roll for an attack of opportunity?
Yeah. Anytime you use a move, and it did pass it. So that's going to be 5 points of damage. Sorry, it rolls double its damage because it hurt it this turn.
Ooh.
Going to be 15 points of damage.
Ooh.
Hitting it in the same spot it hurt it before with the confusion. Its brain parts. The Lotad backs off. So that's 20 feet away, and as it turns around, it looks back at it and goes, using Astonish.
Sugoi.
That's going to be a 22 to hit.
Poor Giraffe Wig. Which one is
No one's had a Pokemon drop yet.
No, not yet. I mean, none of us, at least.
Yeah.
None of the important people.
However, the Giraffe Rig is completely immune to ghost type damage and takes nothing.
It's the corruption on its
Brook.
body.
Oh, right.
Okay,
It's normal
Axel.
psychic type.
You know what to
That's
do.
cool.
Take a charge at that Hoppip.
I forgot.
And he's gonna boom. Stick his button across the field.
Okay.
Eager
It
as
takes off across the
fuck.
field.
With some advantage.
Are you shitting me right now?
Nope. No
Are those
shit.
two nat ones?
It's a 1 and a 2.
Oh no. Really? Well, at least it wasn't a nat 1. But that is not enough. The Hoppip, being a much more mobile Pokemon than your Electrike, easily floats upwards. Electrike narrowly avoids running into the
Vanished.
backside of Maui
Vanished.
and tackling it instead,
I
and
knew I should've rolled
skids
this
to a
dice.
stop on the wooden floorboards in front of it. Jackson.
All right, Maui. Keep biting the one that's got you wrapped up. And that's a 13.
13 hits.
More dog type damage. And that's 9 plus 4 is 13 points of dark type damage.
13 points. That is too much for this Bellsprout. Mary gets a good hold of it and bites and pulls and bites and pulls, and it seems to pull loose of its grip. And as it continues to just chew on this length of rope and vine around it, the Bellsprout eventually just goes limp in its grasp before it disappears into a red light and is called back to its Pokeball.
These dice are pretty. They cause me so much disappointment.
I do like my Kraken dice. They've rolled well for me tonight, at least.
I feel like these like
Thank you, Lish.
fairly consistently do not roll well, and I always like to roll them when I have advantage because they match.
Yep.
And then they let me down. And I'm like, bitch, please, I waited. I had an alarm set on my phone to order these.
Ryan reaches into his bag and he pulls out another Pokeball and he says, "Okay, you're my last chance, bud. Go get him!"
Have we really knocked out?
Yeah, we did. We've knocked out his Oddish and now his Bellsprout.
And he throws out another Pokemon. This one looking far more bug-like, with a couple of mushrooms growing on its back. It looks around and goes. The girls look over at him and go, "Oh, Ryan, you didn't bring that thing, did you?" And he says, "Yeah, shut up. Paris is the best, okay? He's a grass-type Pokemon, too."
I
They
do
say,
love Paris.
"Ugh, like, he's a bug." He says, "He's a grass bug, okay?"
He's a grug. Grog.
Fuck's not gonna
Ivy.
fuck shit up.
Ivy notes that her Pokemon is now entirely surrounded on either side by two different, not-looking good Pokemon. She says,
Oh no.
"Okay, not in the best place, Hoppip. You're gonna have to get vertical. First, spray the area with poison powder, and then float upwards." The Hoppip lets loose a storm of purple spores towards your Electrike, who needs to give me a con save.
And they get like a plus what when they're loyal all the way?
Plus 3 to their saves.
15.
15. Yeah. In all of it, you can see that
Let's check what I
Electrike
think
is starting to choke and gag. It
Yep.
snorts a little bit, and it looks back at you. And you can see its head go down, and its eyes go serious. And it works harder, knowing that you're its trainer. And it shakes off the remainder of the poison. The Hoppip moves straight upwards, 20
Oh,
feet.
he's going to get bit.
So it's now 20 feet in the air, and you guys get attack of opportunities.
Get a tackle attack.
That's a 17.
Oh my god!
17 hits?
I miss.
You miss.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to deal like the third lowest damage that I can do with 8 points of dark type damage.
Okay. Still a good deal. As Maui catches onto its little footsie as it travels 20 feet straight up in the air, Electrike goes in for an attack, and then you can hear it go.
It's okay, Betty.
And it looks down at its stomach accusingly.
Tummy hurts.
You hear a little bit of
The
a grumble.
sweeties. He did not do well with the sweeties, even though he loved them.
His tummy hurts.
Molly looks across at her giraffe rig and she says, "Okay, bud, you're not doing so well. I can see you're getting real hung up on that paralyzation. Come back. We'll try something else." The giraffe rig's going to disappear inside the Pokeball, and out is going to come Gligar.
Glee, glee,
Hearing right there.
glee.
It looks around.
The hop is 20 feet up?
It is 20 feet up.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna mark off that bite. I keep forgetting to mark off my butt.
Ryan surveys the field and he looks down towards where where Molly's Gligar just appeared, and he smiles and he says, "All right, Paris, that's a good target. Send a poisonous shroom straight its way." And Paris looks towards it and starts rapidly twitching the two mushrooms on its back. And as it does so, another cloud of spores travels out from it towards the Gligar, which is going to make a save. Easily evading the majority of the poison. Ryan will call for his Paris to back off. The Paris will move backwards behind that planter. Olivia looks at her Lotad and says, Lotad, keep the pressure on. Keep hitting them with bubbles. The Lotad will move forward just a little bit, and it is going to shoot 3 bubbles towards that Gligar. Only one of them hitting. Doing...
Good. I mean, oh no. Lotad's off frame. I should correct that.
Lotad isn't a friend. Lotad's not a friend, it's an enemy.
I know, I'm just pretending to not root for it.
It didn't look like it hit very well. However, the Gligar seemed to really reel from that damage. Not liking it one bit. It looks down. Brook.
Okay. You'll learn pretty quick. You can't run from Axel. Take a run at that Paris, bud. Running around. Make sure he gets his straight charge out of it.
Yeah, he just...
21.
21 definitely hits.
Points of normal type damage.
Okay. You can't quite see it from where you are, but that Paris takes a straight-on tackle. You hear the solid thud as your Pokemon meets its hard carapace. And you hear Axel bark victoriously. Jackson.
All right, Maui, you're doing great, but we're going to switch things up a little. Come back.
Oh, never mind. Keep going.
And Maui's going to disappear into her Pokeball.
Okay, she looks back at you and disappears inside a red light.
And... I can put him back very far. And we're going to pop out... Oh! Pop out. I see Mr. Billy. Back here.
Okay, Billy appears, and he immediately looks around, looking at all the different trees. Woo! 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 And he starts waving at them, expecting them to wave back. Woo! Woo! Woo!
They're not alive. Well, I mean, they're alive, but they're not alive in that sense, Billy.
They're not alive, Billy.
Woo! He looks over at you and smiles.
Billy. A little Billy boy.
Ivy calls out for her Pokemon. Help, Olivia! Keep pressure on that one! And it is going to fly over this way and
Gligar
use
to the Gligar.
Fairy Wind on that Gligar. Hitting it, doing pretty good damage. 8 points of damage on that Gligar. The Gligar, too busy with its other opponent, doesn't see this pink bout of wind travel towards it. Gets caught up in a gust and twists around in midair. It looks not too pleased as it dissipates. Molly looks around at the 2 opponents on either side of her Gligar, eyeing both of them up, and calls for her Gligar. 2 of us can play the fly game. Gligar, get up there! Poison Sting! Gligar moves up 20 feet beside that Hoppip and goes in for a Poisonous Sting with its tail. Hitting.
Hell
Doing
yeah. A lot of damage.
4d4.
Wow!
Meanwhile, the hot bips.
What?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, it basically spears that Hoppip, and the Hoppip goes limp in midair, falling downwards, disappearing inside a red light.
We've done 4 of their Pokemon? 4 out of 9?
Yep.
Ivy clutches another Pokeball close to her chest and goes, "Oh, I guess it was bound to happen."
But soon it'll be a 2-on-3.
Okay, Oddish. While we're over here, Hope Paris. And another Oddish pops out on the other side of your Pokemon. Ryan likes his odds and says, "There you go, Ivy. That's the way we do it."
That's the way we do it. Money for nothing and the tricks for free.
Paris, hit it hard. Use Absorb. And the Paris rears up with its 2 small claws and goes to sink them into the side of your Pokemon. Electrike, being harried on either side, is caught up between the 2 of them and can't make a proper defense. That is going to be a dirty 20.
Ew, so dirty. That 20 should go take a shower.
It's going to be 7 points of Grass-type damage. And as it pulls out its 2 little claws, it seems to be stronger. Olivia calls out to her Lotad to move a little bit further upfield and says, "Use Bubble!" And 3 more bubbles are going to go towards that Gligar. This time, 2 of them hitting. The first one popping against the Gligar, doing considerable damage. The Gligar is taken off guard, and it looks down just as the second one comes towards it. It dodges that one, and the third one hits, doing, again, lots of damage to this Pokemon who appears to be weak against it. Gligar is breathing heavy and seems to be having a hard time staying in air at this moment. Brook.
Okay, Brook's gonna move up the field a bit.
Okay.
And gonna yell at Axel. Let's give this a try. Use Thunder Wave on that bug.
Go and
Emphasizing
bug 'em.
the bug.
Ryan looks across the field and says, "It's a grass type."
Make it con save.
Constitution.
Oh, that's a really bad one. Paris is good at con saves. It's gonna be a 10.
That's a fail. So he is paralyzed.
He is paralyzed.
And then I'm gonna look at Axel and yell, "Okay, now turn around and quick attack the Oddish."
Okay. Woo! Turns around and takes a quick jab
Say
towards that
16?
Oddish. That hits.
8 points of normal type damage to the Oddish.
Wicked. The Oddish didn't even see it coming. It was so lightning quick, he's struck with a back foot. Jackson.
Yeah. Billy, saunter on down there and throw a rock at the
Saunter.
blue one.
Woo!
10, 15.
He starts striding
the
confidently
other
down
blue
the field.
one, and then he'll shoot a rock at the Lotad.
Okay. He sees his target down there and he goes,
Woo woo! Woo!
And that is a, I believe, let me double check. It is a plus, oh, his strength isn't 20, I thought it was. It's plus 7, 22 to hit.
that definitely hits.
And rock throw, you deal 2d6. And that's 9 plus 4, 13 points of rock type damage.
Just enough.
And then back up
Yeah. The rock almost leaves a smear on the ground as a red light captures this Pokemon, bringing it back to safety. Olivia gasped. Okay. That's all right.
I didn't even go over here.
She
Mr.
replaces
Jackson.
it with a Bellsprout of her own
Well,
that appears very close to where the Lotad disappeared. Ivy looks at her Oddish. Her Oddish does what?
look odd-ish.
Yeah, her Oddish is going to reach out with its leaves and go to try to make an absorb attack against your Electrike. Good thing that's with advantage. It's a little better. It's going to be a 14.
On me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I was looking at Pokemon. That is a hit.
Okay, and that is going to be 7 points of grass type damage.
I marked off.
And the Oddish looks just slightly healthier than it was as it pulls back. Molly calls out to her Gligar to dive. Dive and hit it! You got this, bud! Come on, dude! And it dives through the air. 30 foot. Basically landing almost on top of where that Bellsprout is, now parallel with the ground, and goes in for a Poison Sting. Hits with a natural 18.
Nice.
You note as a burst of poison sort of seeps out of its stinger before it even hits it. But the Bellsprout seems to be immune to the poison. It itself being a poison type Pokemon, but it is going to take damage.
I'm going to go to the washroom real quick, actually. I'll be right back.
That's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 15 points of damage to the Bellsprout. Oh, good.
So much water. Drink water, stay hydrated, be healthy.
Okay. And she follows it up with a quick attack. That is going to be another natural 18 on that Pokemon. Doing another solid... Oh, how much damage is that? Wow, another 9 points of damage. As it jabs it quick with its little claw. Ryan is going to call out to his Pokemon, who is paralyzed and struggling with its paralysis.
Roll for paralyzation.
Yeah. To use another absorb. It is going to struggle with paralysis. It is fine. Makes an attack. That's going to be a natural 20.
Yep.
Your Electrike, so that's going to be 8d4. Sorry. That's
8d4? I was like, okay. It's a lot.
sorry. going to be 4d4.
Okay. That's more reasonable.
That is... It's going to be 15 points of grass-type damage against Electrike as it sinks its little claws into him, leeching the life from him.
Status effects continue to take effect on the Pokemon even if the Pokemon that did the status effect is gone, right?
Correct. Okay. And Paris basically looks as healthy as he once was, minus the paralysis effect on him. Olivia looks at her Bellsprout, who is basically entangled with this Gligar, and says, Bellsprout, knock it out of the sky! Finish it off! The Bellsprout whips up, hitting the Gligar.
Sorry for the view.
And the Gligar falls away, now fainted. Molly looks through her Pokemon and pulls out a Pokeball that is fresh and not used and launches Duckstalks onto the field. She says, "All right, Dusty, shit's getting real." Fall off?
Yep.
Do you need a hand?
We got this. We got this.
Brooke.
Alright.
I'll get it figured out.
Okay, Axel. If you can land this, it's gonna be good. Thunder Wave on the Oddish. Can you make a con save, please?
The Oddish definitely fails that with like
Okay.
a 9.
The Oddish is also paralyzed.
Yeah. Yeah, he's basically shedding all this electricity off on either side of him. The two Pokemon are now shaking, their joints locked tight. Electrike howls happily.
Good job, buddy. We're kind of stuck there. We can't risk the opportunity attack.
There we go.
Okay, and he's going to stay there.
And a quick attack against the Oddish. That's an 11 to hit the Oddish.
11 hits. Oh, sorry. Oddish does not hit.
Okay.
Yeah, the Oddish has just enough awareness to just get out of the way as Electrike makes a little over-hurried attack. Jackson.
What moves have been used this round that I've missed?
Thunder Wave, Quick
Uh,
Attack,
Zorb,
Absorb.
and Vine Whip.
Was it this round that Poison Sting was used by Gligar, or was that last round?
That was last round.
Shit. Okay. It's nothing worth mimicking just yet. So, we gonna tell Bill, really? Move down and throw a rock at the gourd-looking one. He's gonna throw a rock at that Bellsprout.
Okay.
And that's 13.
13 hits. There's not much to this little vine to protect it.
And on both ends of the spectrum again, that's 11 points of rock-type damage.
Okay. Takes it square and it folds over, almost snapping its very thin
And then move back,
core.
buddy.
And it looks over. Okay.
One batch, two batch, nickel and dime.
Ivy looks at her Pokemon who's being beat up, her little Oddish, and she chews on her
Not
lip
that
a little
odd.
bit and says, Oh, Oddish, you don't look very good. Do you think you could fight a little bit longer?
Very good.
We have to narrow this. We have to. Come on. Absorb again.
Roll for paralyzation.
Yeah. No problem. So that is going to be a 17 to hit.
God, bang it.
It's going to be 4 points of grass type damage. And it heals 2.
You passed paralyzation way too much.
Molly failed it for the first half of her paralysis.
What's that?
It's a 1/4 chance
Okay.
every time. So, anyways, Molly, the dust stalks flapping quite happily in front of this little Bellsprout.
How high is Dusty?
Parallel with the ground
Okay.
at the moment.
Do this.
Looks over her opponent, and she says, use Venom Shock.
Venoshock, you say?
Venom Shock. Just so at disadvantage. That still hits, though. And that is going to do...
No damage.
8, 2d8, 11 points of damage.
Really? I thought Bellsprout was immune.
It's not immune to poison.
Oh.
And it would be resistant if it wasn't also grass type. And it falls unconscious. Faints, disappearing inside a red light. Olivia
That's two of
shrugs
them.
and she says, I'm out!
2 down! Or 1 down, 2 to go!
Molly yells at Dusty, go help the other ones!
Yeah, come help Axel.
And it
Please.
flies over in that direction. Ryan sees the Pokemon coming in, and he sort of scowls a little bit. The Paris is going to go in for a scratch attack.
Paralyzation.
It's fine, that's a 3. He's gonna roll. That is going to be a... That's a 17.
Yeah.
The Paris comes up with 1 claw, doing 6 points of normal type damage,
Axel's unconscious.
knocking the small Pokemon down.
Axel, no!
Good fight, Axel. Meow.
Sassy appears between these two Pokemon.
Sassafras.
She looks at the two of them and licks her lips, flexing her claws in and out.
Weird flex, but okay.
Olivia has no Pokemon, so she just kind of leans back and watches the others. Brook,
The Oddish looks the worst for wear.
they both look almost entirely full health.
Great. Okay, Sassy. Let's try a bite attack against that Oddish.
Turns around and opens her mouth.
18.
18 hits.
That's 12 points of dark type damage.
Yes.
Okay. Solid hit. The Oddish rears back as this Pokemon takes a bite out of it. The Oddish backs away. Jackson.
Ah, Billy Starclose in the distance. And we're gonna go. 10.
As he starts jogging down the field,
And
he runs his hands along the bushes as he does so.
you would have been in range. You would have been in range. Mimic the Venoshock thing that Dusty did. And he's going to use Mimic on Venoshock.
Okay. Venoshock only has a 15-foot range.
Yep.
So you know.
Yep, you're not going to use it this turn, but...
Okay. Ivy, seeing both Pokemon coming downfield, looks fairly unsure. She looks between her Pokemon and everything going on here, and she says, "Oh, okay, Oddish, get ready for an attack. Use growth. And the Oddish is paralyzed and cannot move. It turns around and it just freezes. An electrical jolt traveling through its body.
It's stuck at this point.
It
in
is
its life. It cannot
restrained.
grow as a person.
Molly calls out as she runs downfield to Dusty. Dusty, don't get too close. Just hit it with a side beam. Ooh. And you can see its two antennae vibrate as it stops in midair, pulling itself forward, and this beam travels towards the Oddish.
Wouldn't it
The
have
Oddish being
advantage?
restrained.
Yeah.
It's a 1 and a 4. Misses horribly. Hitting the ground beside it, leaving a charred mark, but doing nothing. Ryan sees this Pokemon coming down the field, but his Paris being tucked behind that planter, he feels pretty good about it. He says, "All right, we'll show this cat who's boss. Paris, give it a scratch attack."
Roll for paralysis.
Give him the clams.
And it is struck with paralysis and does not move.
You're
Sassy
almost
looks
out.
around, and these two Pokemon are frozen
No,
between
but
her.
I hate it when
Brook.
like Axel came in and he didn't manage to get off a lot of damage, so he got off paralyzation.
Oh, yeah.
Which helps everybody, but it sucks when it doesn't work. So they're both paralyzed.
Yep.
The Oddish looks the worst for wear.
Yes. Now that you've taken a bite out of it,
Let's take another
Absolutely.
bite out of that Oddish.
Take another nom nom nom.
Natural 20. I'm not even gonna care
Oh.
what the other one was that was gonna fall off the table.
She's
mouth
out for
open
blood.
wide, the Oddish has no way to escape, it being restrained and locked.
16 or. Second one's definitely better. 21 points of dark type damage. She's my
In other words,
berserker.
0 chill.
She's
Yeah.
my bitch.
Picks it up in her mouth, shakes it around like a rag doll, slams it back down on the ground. This savage attack left no room for much anything else.
It's too bad
the
it's not a
Oddish is
Galarian.
horribly hurt, and it picks itself up slowly, whimpering and cowering a bit. Jackson.
All right, Billy, finish the job. And he's gonna throw some rocks. And that's a 18
18 hits. Where is Billy?
against.
He's
is
mimicking the trees.
Yeah, he's
There
mimicking
he
the
is.
trees. He will come out, but first he's got an Oddish to massacre. And that's one shy of max damage, so that's 11 plus 4 is 15 points of rock type damage.
The Oddish immediately faints as it is struck by this rock.
And then close in more, Billy. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30 hurdy.
Hello. It's me.
I'm with the trees.
Okay.
I was wondering.
Ivy looks around the field and she looks at the Paris and she looks at Ryan and says, "Sorry, Budew, it's your turn." She throws the Pokeball far downfield, and it rolls and lands towards
Oh, Toby, you're moving my table, Bubba.
your Sudowoodo. Standing before it is this couple inch tall little bud Pokemon. It looks like it's swaddled in leaves, and it looks up and smiles at Sudowoodo. And Sudowoodo looks down at it and goes,
Woo! Oh, woo!
Oh, I'm sorry, Budew.
then it's Ivy's turn. Ivy says, "Budew, no surrender! Get in there and use Absorb!"
Never give up. Never surrender.
The Budew runs
This has potential to be
right in
scary.
towards it and takes a running leap at your Sudowoodo. Okay, that's going to be a 19.
That hits?
Yeah.
Or I guess.
Okay. That is 8 points of grass type damage.
Double to 16.
Yeah.
So it goes to the temporary.
As it strikes with the tip of its bud, it kind of splits open for a second, and you can see little leech life, like roots, sap into Sudowoodo, who immediately goes, "Woo! Woo!" Not liking this. The Budew removes itself and lands back at the Sudowoodo's feet. Sudowoodo looks slightly more startled by the small Pokemon. Woo! Woo! It's Molly's turn. Molly continues to run downfield. And looks across the way and says, Dusty, I mean, take your pick, man. I trust your judgment. And Dusty looks at that Paris, glides over this way, and uses a Psybeam. At advantage, because the Paris was restrained. That's a natural 20.
Oof.
A glowing beam appears at the end of its antennas and goes. The Paris has no means to avoid it. And it's going to take
Big oof.
big oof damage.
Big oof damage indeed.
Could have been better. $15 points of damage. Paris.
I just love him so much. Like,
Sal?
Yes.
He's such a goof.
I just love him so much.
And the Paris is confused.
Confused and paralyzed.
Yeah, it
Sucker.
kind of looks around and its
Paralyzed.
big bug-like eyes just kind of start going all googly.
Perfused.
Ryan looks around and he says, "Come on, Paris, do something! Hit it!" It's gonna go in for a move, but it needs to.
Paralyzation.
Yeah, well, hold on. So it's gonna be confused for 2 turns. It is not paralyzed this turn, and it is not confused this turn. So it is going to attack, and that's going to be a 7.
Miss.
Yeah, after
many
struggling through
rolls.
each of its conditions, it does not manage to land a hit.
So many
Brook.
rolls. Too many rolls.
My turn. Okay, Meowth. There's just one close to us. Let's take another bite.
Nom 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 nom.
14.
14 hits. I think.
Are you leaving me? Okay.
You abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore.
16 points of dark type damage.
Wow.
She's my savage attacker, and she rolls d8s on her
She
bite.
does.
Savage Attacker is so fucking good, especially when you have multiple friggin' dice.
Yeah. I agree.
Jackson.
Yep, it's way better than in D&D when it's like, oh, I'm rolling 1d6. There's like, I'm rolling 2. And if I can even just get it up by an average of 1. Okay, Billy, back off just a little bit. Woo!
Takes an attack of opportunity. Budew goes in for another
He's doing
move.
really bad.
Wow, that's going to be a 25 with a natural 19.
Oh, yeah. Disgusting.
This guy, I know.
It's going to be 8 points
Again, 16, so...
as he backs away.
And use that poisony thing that you got from Dusty. And you're going to use Venoshock,
Okay.
which I have no idea what to do.
Okay, so Venoshock.
Not intelligence based.
You attempt to drench an opponent in poisonous liquid. Make a ranged attack on opponent, dealing For you, that would be 2d8,
What's the attack using?
Dex or Con.
Dex or Con? Oh, sick!
On, man.
Wait, why did I roll with advantage? Why did I roll 2? I don't roll 2. I only roll 1. So that's 5 plus 3. 18 to hit.
18 hits.
And how much damage was it again? Sorry, 2d8.
2d8.
Oh, that's 6 plus 3 is 9 points of poison damage.
Okay. Takes the damage, but it seems to take it in stride. It shakes off a bit of this poisonous spray that Billy suddenly lets off. He looks at himself like he didn't know he could do that.
And back off a little bit more. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Moves pretty fast.
He's a fast big rocky boy.
Yeah.
He's coming into that.
Du-du-du-du.
How are you looking for a
I've got stuff in my lap. I can't give you loving. I can give you pets.
Okay.
Little wimpy pets.
Ivy calls out to her Pokemon, "Keep up with him! Don't let him get away!" And the Budew takes off, running after your Sudowoodo. But it has to dash to catch up to it.
I thought so.
Sudowoodo looks behind him as he runs. He goes, "Woo, woo, woo, woo," as this little thing chases it. Molly looks down the field and says, "You alright, old man? You got that?" The
now.
Dustox is going to pivot around and is going to use another Psybeam.
Nope, not yet.
That
This has
one
been Millie and Billy.
hits. That is going to be another 2d8.
Mary and Billy have so many hit Billy. Mary and Billy have so
Mary
many
and
hit
Billy.
points. They're both pretty BB for hit points.
Oh yeah. Well, and they both. Well, I mean, Mary resists most everything here.
That is true.
Billy do not.
Paris looks shook. It is almost falling over as it is struck by another Psybeam.
Yeah. The only Pokemon I've rolled well for hit points for was Leah.
Well, I didn't even really have to roll well
Ryan
for
chews
Billy.
his lip and says, "Paris,
He just has
Stay
a
up.
ridiculous amount of con.
Yeah, that's true.
use this. Use Absorb." He's going to try to get through his paralysis, and he's struck. He cannot move. He is restrained in paralysis. Brook.
Alrighty. You know what to do, Sassy. Let's take another bite out of that.
Take a bite out of Brian.
Bite that bitch.
Natural 20 again, because it was at advantage because he's paralyzed, right?
Jesus.
Yeah, he's restrained. You don't have to roll for damage. He literally has 1 HP left.
I want to.
But you can if you want.
Ultra V1s. I want to because I want to see if I
Or-
kill it, as opposed to just.
Okay. So the first one was a lot better.
Yeah, you hear Ryan calling across the field. Stop! Stop! You're hurting it!
23 points of dark
Ah!
type damage.
Call it off! And the Paris is just shook as it disappears inside a red light. Meowth licking its lips, looking around.
And then let's go 30 feet towards our buddy.
Our Budew. Our Budew buddy. Our new Budew buddy.
I'm also gonna move myself.
Okay. Jackson.
I'm so sad I didn't get to Axel in time to.
All right, Billy, try to kick it. And he's going to use low kick. Oh, that's a... Actually, it's not terrible, considering all of his pluses. That's a... 12. to hit.
12 does not hit. The little Budew jumps over its little foot. He goes, "Hmm." And Billy looks even scareder by that.
And try getting away from it a little bit. 5,
It's just funny
10.
because it's so small. And Billy's like, oh no!
As it runs away, the Budew goes in for another attack. It's gonna be a Wow, that's a 18.
Yep.
Little Budew is sapping onto him again. That's gonna be 7 points of grass type damage.
Double to 14.
And the Budew looks a little stronger. Ivy smiles and says, "Okay, buddy. Chase him down."
Yes, perfect. Bring your face to my face.
Running up behind
That's
it,
exactly
it
what I'm trying
goes
to
in
do.
for
I know.
another
Oh crap!
absorb.
I had enough speed. It's faster than I thought it was.
That's a 19.
That hits. All right, come on.
That's 5 points of grass type damage.
Good. Reduce, or not reduce, double to 10. I'm too used to saying reduced.
Double.
Looking healthier and healthier. Oh, can't heal higher than its max.
Yeah. I'm giving it a very healthy meal.
Molly says, "Okay, Dusty, I don't know. I guess that thing is probably worth more of a fight than it looks like."
Probably not. It's just that
And starts sailing down the court.
I have the worst.
really hurts.
Every Billy hurts.
Ryan is out and he's just kind of looking through his Pokemon being like, Brook.
Sassy. Let's close that gap. And she was like right here, wasn't she? Or was she here? I think she was here.
She's right here.
Yeah, this one.
What's she gonna do?
She can't quite get to flank. She's gonna bite it! 19?
19 hits.
4. Much better.
Ivy calls out, "Budew! Stop it with a stun
16
spore!"
points of dark type damage.
16.
She's mean.
Wow,
What can I
sinking her
say?
teeth in. You see the small Budew cry out. But
Savage
it lets
attacker
loose a
when you roll
spray.
D8s is insane.
Yeah.
It lets loose a spray of stun spores. I need you to make a con save.
11.
11.
No. Sassy is
No,
paralyzed.
she's not. She's immune to being paralyzed.
As the spores settle around her, you can see them start to wedge themselves inside of her. But she stretches and limbers up, and it has 0 effect against her. Very good. Jackson.
I know my Pokemon's features and utilize them better than I do my features in our actual Dungeons & Dragons game. I remember to use Lucky.
All right, Billy, come back.
He disappears inside a red light.
Mary, you can finish this.
She appears and looks down at this tiny baby bud Pokemon.
She's not looking great, but she at least resists everything. And if I could just get the experience split between them two.
Ivy calls down the field and says,
Matt.
"That's enough! You don't have to hurt Budew. That's enough. I can see."
As we all slowly surround it. This is the literal interpretation of the move beat up.
Rolled so poorly as Axel, and then Sassy comes in. I'm like, nat 20, nat
Yeah.
20.
Well, she had
Yeah.
advantage like every freaking time too.
It's true.
Only because of the paralyzation, she got
Yeah.
a couple. Yeah.
As the dust settles, Ivy runs down the field and scoops up her tiny bud Pokemon. This Pokemon is about the size that Pichu was, so barely a handful.
Yeah.
Just this tiny little green thing. You've seen it shaped before
In a toy.
a toy that you own, actually. Very
Yeah,
similar.
I do. A Budew.
She smiles and cradles this thing and says, "Good work, little guy. You'll be a nice, strong Rosalie anytime now. Any day." And it smiles and giggles. and she pulls it back into her Pokeball. The other 2 trainers join, and you can hear heavy footsteps enter the battlefield,
Oh God.
and a heavy set of claps.
No, I'm not ready yet.
Nope.
This was training for that.
Well done, everybody. That was an excellent battle.
Thank you.
Guy smiles at both of you and says, "You did very well. And you too, Molly." And Molly says, "Cool. Thanks, man." Guy says, "Are any of you thinking of challenging the Pokemon gym? I think you'd be ready."
We were
I
thinking
think that's
tomorrow.
Tomorrow's plan.
He smiles. "That's a good plan. It is getting late, you know, and a good night's sleep is important for proper growth."
Got a good point.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I hope to see you back here. Don't let me scare you off. I am told that I can be very intimidating.
Tomorrow we'll be here.
Do I
Absolutely.
get disadvantage on my attack against him because of that?
His smile digs into your soul. He turns to leave, hauling his axe behind him. And he puts it back over his shoulder and he turns around and he says, "I'll be waiting.
Sounds
night.
like a plan.
Good night.
Good
Have a good night.
Cool.
Ryan picks up his Pokeballs and he turns to you and he says, "Yeah, I gotta get home. Thanks, I guess. See you, girls." And he runs away. Olivia and
Pay us any money?
I love how that's what you're more offended by.
I am.
Olivia and Ivy
This
look at each
little
other
bitch.
and kind of shrug and they say, "Don't worry."
No, I didn't say that out loud. That was,
Yeah.
that was Melissa
Yeah,
going,
yeah.
little bitch.
Between the two of them, they start pulling out a couple coins out of their wallets. Olivia motions to Ivy and says, No, the gym has this." And Ivy says, "Oh, thank you. Oh, Olivia, that's too nice." And she says, No, it's what we're here for." They pull out. Where are my dice?
Avoid the soundboard.
You're waiting for. Wow!
Wow.
We don't know how much money we got.
Okay. Between the 3 of you, 6,900 Pokebucks.
So 1,300 each. Oh, 2,300 each.
Yep.
Brings me up to a solid 2,350.
Space.
I need about 350.
Yeah. Molly takes her cut and she counts it quickly and she says, "Nice. Gym money. Spends just as good."
That was a lot more money than I was expecting.
The dust stalk settles on her shoulder and she kind of scritches a little bit and she says, "Good work, Dusty. Powerhouse, man. Yeah."
You did really well.
Yeah, thanks. You two did good too.
Thank you. It was a good team effort.
It was a lot of fun.
How, you ever been in a gym battle before?
Nope.
Not like this. Like, yes, we fought in a battle in a gym, but not like this.
Is there anything that we should know about, like, tomorrow's gym battle? Is it different, or...?
She thinks and she says, "Yeah, I mean, like, different gym leaders have, like, a different flair, you know? Like, they've got their own... They've got the home turf advantage. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So, don't expect it to necessarily be, like, a fair fight."
Fair enough. Are there, like, specific rules for gym battles as opposed to regular Pokemon battles, or is it all pretty well the same?
Well, really, it's the gym leader's house. He makes the rules. So it varies. But, I mean, from what I've been through, 3 Pokemon. If your Pokemon is knocked out, that's it for them. If they're moved out of bounds, that's counted as an out too. But beyond that, typical sort of games. Yeah.
I think I know what my 3 will be.
Just 3.
The other trainer standing there, Olivia says, yeah, I mean, a lot of people come through and they're a little off-put that they can't use their whole team or whatever, but, I mean, Guy says that it's good for testing the core, right? The heart of your team. You know, being able to build something properly with just the core components.
No, that's fair completely.
Makes sense.
I just
Hard to pick
hadn't done
somebody
this
to sit
before.
out.
She smiles. And Ivy says, yeah, well, I mean, we've seen trainers come in here and fuss over who they're going to use for hours beforehand. And, I mean, all the fussing doesn't really do them much good. You know, Guy beats every 4 out of 5 trainers that come in here.
Great. That inspires confidence.
Well, I mean, many of them come back and eventually win. It's about perseverance.
Yeah, but it also means our odds don't look good.
At least going into it from that perspective.
Yeah.
But I think I've got my 3 picked for tomorrow.
I mean, I promised Ryolo that he would fight in the gym battle, and he didn't get to fight in this fight, so...
Judging by today, Billy should not be in this gym battle.
Probably not.
Molly kind of laughs.
He was getting hurt pretty bad by the little guy.
Molly says, yeah, I think I got my 3. Besides, C-Dot's not really ready for combat, per se.
Fair.
It's fair enough.
Yeah. No, this will be fun. It's been, like, a couple months since my last gym battle.
It's been 72 years.
Yep.
She gives you a bit of a funny look, and she goes, oh, yeah, I got it, yeah. I mean, never too late to start.
I guess.
Exactly.
Apparently. Professor Lodge gave me permission. Sponsored us?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, sure.
Pokemon trainers come in all shapes and sizes.
Of course they do. Yeah, no, no. I'm not busting your balls. It's all good.
No, I know.
It's all good. Sorry, I'm already thinking about tomorrow's battle. This is,
Yeah,
I'm excited. I'm good.
I'm nervous.
I am too.
No,
maybe because
that's-
I'm overthinking it. I don't know.
It's good for
Probably
you. It's
because
good
I'm
for you.
overthinking it.
Yeah. No. If you weren't nervous, I mean, I don't know what that would mean. But hey, fuck it, right? Like, if you lose, you come back and you try again tomorrow. Like, whatever. Fuck it.
I guess, yeah.
That's true.
The 2 girls smile sweetly at you and they say, all right, we're going to close up some things now unless you need anything while you're here.
No, we're good. Thanks.
Actually, do you sell that tea here?
She smiles. She says, we do.
I might buy some of that before we go, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Here, wait here. And she moves off. She comes back with a canister of tea. It's about this big. It says 50 packs on it. She says, this is a typical serving. We sell these canisters for 500 Pokebucks.
500 Pokebucks? And is Roserade tea?
It is.
Roserade.
Pruned specifically from in-house Roserade herself and a number of other local ingredients.
I feel like an important question for Jackson to ask is, does it have caffeine and should he not drink this before bed?
Okay, this is fair.
She smiles and she says, well, natural caffeine, you know.
I'll take it and I'll buy a pack of the 50-pack thing.
Okay. She smiles and she takes a little bit of the money and she says, for the gym fund, thank you.
Thank you.
And she walks away. The other girl says, all right, I do have to lock up, though.
Of course. Sorry, I
Yes.
didn't want to take up too much more
No,
of
no,
your time.
thank you for the excellent gym battle. That was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun.
It's nice when we have new trainers that can come in here and challenge. And if I'm being honest, Guy likes us to rough up the, the cocky ones, so he knows what he's dealing with the next day.
Fair.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a gym leader thing, They have to evaluate their opponents to ensure that they offer the appropriate battle conditions, if you know what I mean. It wouldn't be fair for anybody to walk in. I mean, he's a world-class Pokemon trainer. Anybody, the best, would be, confronted with a worthwhile battle. But it's making the experience worthwhile for new trainers, one such as yourselves who
It's
don't
also
have a
kind
single
of
badge.
concerning to think that he now knows what he's up against and we have no clue.
She smiles and says, well, it's part of the competition. Here, a parting gift for the two of you. Don't be too nervous for tomorrow. And she hands you 2 berries, one for each of you, and she hands another one to one to Molly, and she says, "These are loom berries."
Loon?
Loom, L-U-M. They're very nutritious and an excellent natural source of healing for Pokemon. Pokemon are rather adept at using them by themselves. Feeding one to a Pokemon that is suffering from any status condition, it'll be healed. Molly takes it and she says, "Fucking A, yeah, thanks, man."
Thank you.
Now,
She
just from a
smiles.
game mechanic, when you give a Pokemon a berry, is it still an action for the Pokemon to take the berry on its own?
Okay, Pokemon can use held items as a free action.
As a free action.
Oh, and Mary still got her Charity Berry. I forgot about that.
Good to know.
So it also depends. Like some different berries have different trigger points
Okay.
as to when they would be used. A loom berry specifically notes cures any negative status ailments activated when Pokemon is affected with status.
Right. But obviously, like in the case of Riolu, if I choose to use Steadfast, it wouldn't activate.
Correct.
Cool.
Billy's gonna get so much experience. Same with Maui.
Yeah, I have major curiosity of how much Chimchar is gonna get in particular. It's because he's the furthest behind. And I guess
now I
Meow.
know what other Pokemon I would have had in the party from a meta perspective, but Jackson has no idea.
Sometimes you just don't know.
Yeah, that's why he was like, "Oh, Billy's getting hurt. I won't use him tomorrow." That seems like a bad idea.
Budew ran him ragged. The three of you take off to the Pokemon Center, and you are quickly greeted by an associate who takes your Pokemon, heals them up, and returns them to you quickly. It being decently late-ish at night, you guys having wandered through the city, battled Pokemon and whatnot, just the standard lights are on in the center. The streets are fairly dark with the street lights. And you guys head off towards the bunk area. Molly waves to the rest of you and says, "Hey, mind if I meet you there tomorrow morning?
Yeah, that's fine.
Of course not.
I kind of got some stuff I want to do before
Yeah.
Yep,
the battle."
Of
good.
course.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. It was fun today.
It was a lot
It
of fun
was
today.
A lot of fun. Thank you for renting all the equipment.
No,
Yes,
that's
thank you.
like, don't, like, fuck it. Like, I should be thanking you guys for so much. Like, today was the best day I've had in a long time.
Same.
I'm glad.
Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.
See See you tomorrow, Molly.
Bye, Molly. Have a good night.
She waves. And she walks out of the Pokemon Center.
In a day.
It has been a day. We're gonna fight a gym tomorrow.
We are gonna fight a gym tomorrow. Any idea who you're gonna use?
I think Maui, Ratsputin, and Dandy.
Not bad.
I think they're the 3 strongest I have that just won't get hurt a lot. Maui did really well.
She did do really well. Really well. I'm like nervous to put Chimchar in. He doesn't have as much experience, but
He did really well too. He was hurting them a lot.
yeah, but it makes a difference when you're fighting with a group, you know?
Yeah. And they did also have something specifically to counteract the fire.
Exactly.
So chances are the gym leader probably has something similar.
Yep. The hard choice, really. And then there's the whole, like, if things fly, like, that's still a little bit of an issue for me.
Yeah. Well, if something's flying, you almost... Chimchar would probably be good for just that.
Chimchar. Liam can hit them now, but only so much. I mean, I got the Golbat and there's Shuppet, but I don't know. All I know is I have to let Liam fight because he would be so angry if I didn't let him fight in the first gym. I say, looking at him.
He's tired. He's standing there just like, ooh, ooh.
Just scoop him up and hug him. Cradle him like a baby.
Yeah, I feel bad not having Billy in it, but I also know that Billy would just get hurt, and I don't want to unreasonably subject him to that.
Billy's pretty chill.
He is.
He'd understand. Probably not take it too personal.
Exactly.
I've looked down at Liam.
Well, and when it comes to the other gym, you should do fine there. I think.
Yeah. I'd say probably. Makes sense, I guess. I think I have some thinking to do.
I have Machu too now, but
That's true.
maybe Machu instead of Ratsputin. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. It'd be good.
Should be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. I'm so torn.
Okay. And you guys work your way off to a fitful sleep.
I take all of my Pokemon out and snuggle them.
Same.
Okay.
I give especially good attention to Maui, because she just had her
Cuddle.
first actual fight, and not just,
Cuddle.
can you maybe sort of do a fairy wind thing?
Okay.
I congratulate them all.
Fist bumps all around.
Fist bumps all around.
For
Okay.
those who have fists to bump.
Lots of scritches. Lots of snuggles.
It's an excellent way to end the day with an oncoming Pokemon gym battle the following day. Which is probably a
Yay.
good time for us to end this one.
Yes. But I want to know
What
if people
love
leveled up.
is. Want you to show me
Well, considering there was, what, 9 Pokemon?
what love is.
I'm fairly certain Billy might? And Billy and Maui might.
I just
Because
need
they're
to-
the only two that were in that entire fight, so they got 9 Pokemon's worth of experience between the two of them.
9 Pokemons.
9 Pokemans.
Okay, good job, guys. That was fun.
It was.
Special thank you and shout outs to Joe the DM on Twitter for the Pokemon homebrew that we played through and flipped through today. You can find out more about that at Pokemon5e.com. Thank you to Allison. That's the Lighter Arts on Twitter for the custom player tokens that we used, including Molly's and both Jackson and Brooks. Thank you to Mikkel_Beats for the Pokemon Chill soundtrack that is playing right now. Thank you to our good buddy Kevin MacLeod for all of his tunes. Find out more about him at incompetech.com. And of course, if you liked what you heard today, feel free to like, comment, or subscribe, or whatever the equivalent is, whatever you're listening to this on. Yeah, let us know what you think. Tell us if you got a good suggestion for what to call this thing.
Heck yeah.
And next P&D should be on the 31st.
But do or but do not, there is no try.
Anything else from you guys? Tomorrow's
potentially,
Last of
probably,
Us.
The Last of Us Part 2.
That's the joke I was going for. Perfect. Thursday, we may or may not see the triumphant return of Andy.
Yes, with some Diablo.
Friday,
Reaper
we'll
of
be back here for
Souls.
some more
Pokemon Shield Nuzlocke.
That's right. We're nearing the end of the main game-ish of
Yeah.
that one. Things are heating up.
We lost many a friend last stream. Many a friend last stream.
How many did you
What
lose?
O'Malley?
We lost our boy O'Malley. Our boy Mr. Rhyme. Who
That
was
was short-lived.
bringing so much light to the stream, and he was just sitting there fucking tap dancing, and we were just talking in an Irish accent for entirely too long.
Oh, no.
And then we lost. Did we lose Dreidel that one? No, we lost Dreidel the one before. We
We
lost
lost
Amos. And then we very also quickly lost Nero, which was our Aegislash.
Yeah, that's right.
In very unfortunate circumstances.
Jeez.
To
Yeah.
fucking hop. Fucking hop.
He gradually gets better.
Yeah. He had to have. Couldn't get any worse. So, anyways, that's where we are. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and listening. We appreciate it always.
And we shall see you guys next time.
Yeah.
Ciao. Ciao, guys.
See ya.
Bye.